History Month for sure. But I think what we're going to do, Mayor Pro Tem, is we're going to, at our next council meeting, I just met with Ms. Harris, we're going to do a big to-do with it. So thank you very much.
Sure, okay. So moving to number 2, we'll have Mayor President Sid Edwards to recognize the family of Roosevelt Teddy Brown, former McKinley High School coach. Mayor?
This is quite an honor to do this. I knew Coach Brown, me being a coach myself. Now, Ms. Coleman, it always seems you know about it. And, but anyway, former McKinley High School coach Roosevelt Teddy Brown, his basketball team, look at this record, was 453 wins to 187 losses with a playoff record of 23-13. Coach Brown was an educator in the East Baton Rouge Parish school system for 55 years, in addition to working at McKinley as the Dean of Students. Coach Brown was inducted into the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame in 2004, and he was also inducted into the Southern University Sports Hall of Fame in 1994. The greatest attribute I could give to him, knowing Coach Brown, was his relationship with his student athletes. He not only won basketball games, he grew men. So, Councilwoman, I'd like you to speak on him. I know you're well astute on it, and then we'll present the family.
And I say ditto to everything that you've said. And also, we did during the Black History Month, as a matter of fact, and we acknowledged Coach Brown legacy series there, and he was a part of that legacy series and shared much information with us. And you are correct, he grew men, real men there, and was respected by most, or if not all, of the gentlemen there in District 10 there at McKinley, and even he was at Capitol High at one time and did some stuff. So when we talk about a coach, can't think of no one but Teddy Brown.
Legend.
Legend.
We would ask the family to come on up. And we'd like anyone who would like to speak. Somebody got nominated.
I feel like I'm nominated.
That's correct.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say thank you on behalf of the family. My father was an incredible man. Felt very seriously about taking care of his teams, but also the people that played on his teams. He was very into making sure that the athletes grew into men, as you've said. And so that was something they took very seriously. I mentioned before, and I'll say it again, he never really talked about the physical kind of accomplishments. He talked about what people were going to accomplish after the sport, after high school, how they were going to do well within their lives. So that was very important to him, and so it's good to see that the city has recognized him, and we appreciate that on behalf of the family.
Tell us who you have with you.
All right, here's my mother. My father was married to her for 60 years. And so my mother stood by him.
Yes, and?
Also, I have my sister-in-law, and then I also have my brother.
Well, welcome. Let's get a picture with the proclamation. There we go. We'll come over on this side.
Next, we're going to have Mayor President Sid Edwards to recognize Capital Area Groundwater Commission for National Groundwater Awareness Week. Mayor?
Well, let me start off by saying that, you know, when you're talking about this organization and everything else, it's a lot of things that people don't see and don't know about, but it's as important as anything in our city. So, with it being National Groundwater Awareness Week for the Capital Area Groundwater Commission, we're going to ask Ms. Wicker to come up and receive this proclamation.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And I'll just tell you, this is, as the Mayor said, this is a issue that's hugely important, and it's also something that oftentimes we don't think about or we don't see it. But here in Baton Rouge, we've had the opportunity to have the benefit of having the second best water in the country, and that doesn't come just by chance. And so literally many years ago, sitting here on the council, our former colleague, Smokey Bourgeois, brought it to the attention of our colleagues that our groundwater was in jeopardy. And so we've been working really hard. Unfortunately, Gary, our executive director, was unable to be here, and so I'm just here to receive the proclamation on his behalf. We do have some brochures that I'd like to leave with you all in recognition of this time. This actual observance is an annual observance. It was established in 1999 to highlight the responsibility, development, and management and use of groundwater, and to encourage yearly water well testing and well maintenance, and to promote policies impacting groundwater quality and the supply. Groundwater advocates all across the country this week are celebrating and highlighting local water issues in their communities. You may or may not know that as more than 44% of the population depends on groundwater as a primary source, developing an interest in groundwater industry. There's also a ton of opportunities in terms of workforce development that we are highlighting and letting people know that this is an industry to get involved in and can make an economic impact in our community. One fact that I'm going to leave you, a 1% reduction in usage would result in about 500 million gallons of water each year saved just by citizens doing a couple of things. Turning off the water while brushing your teeth. I've been guilty of that sometimes. You gentlemen, turning the water off while you're shaving. Replacing outdated shower heads and replacing running toilets. We can actually save 500 million gallons of water each year. So with that, we want to thank the mayor for joining the rest of the country in acknowledging and having a proclamation for recognition of the National Groundwater Awareness Week for our future generations.
And we thank you, former Councilwoman Wicker.
Thank you.
And we know you miss it up here, so you're welcome to stay for all of the festivities throughout the rest of the day. Next up, we're going to have Metropolitan Councilman Anthony Kinney Jr. to recognize Scotlandville United Youth Organization for their dedication to uplifting youth in the Scotlandville community. Councilman?
All right, so good afternoon, council colleagues. Today I'd like to recognize an organization that's doing a lot of amazing work within our community. When we talk about impacting our young kids, this organization is on the front line in the Scotlandville community through sports, leadership development, and so many more social skills to our young people. So I'd like to bring up some of the leaders of the Scotlandville United organization, Mr. Troy Gradney, and I want to make sure I get his name correct, Charles Selvage. Come on up. Hey, and these two men are two integral leaders in the North Baton Rouge community, and so I'm going to let them come up and talk a little bit more about their organization before we make the recognition. Brothers.
How you doing today? My name's Troy Gradney. This is Charles Selvage, I'm sorry. And we had two different organizations. Were very competitive for a number of years, and doing a lot of social situations and ills that are going on in the community, we decided to combine as one. Hopefully we can come together and bring the community together by something simple as sport, and hopefully that can have ripple effects, and that would help a lot of social issues that we have up there in the community, like with crime, anything like that. We believe the Out of Mind is a devil's workplace, and we're trying to give those kids to start off something to do. It's some of the simpler sports, and then bring in social activities and social programs, partnering up with Councilman Kenny, and then hopefully we can do something better for the community as a whole. And I'd like to thank you for recognizing us, and I'd like to thank you all for allowing us to stand here today. Thank you kindly.
All right, brothers, on behalf of the District 2 office and the Metropolitan Council, we would like to present a certificate of recognition for you all's work with the Scholarville United organization. Congratulations.
This concludes the presentation portion of our meeting. The regular scheduled meeting will begin at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
You know, once I started, I'm pretty loud. You're going to hit it about 5 times. Give them 1 more minute.
You want to tell everybody before you start, we're going to ask everybody to take their seat. If there's not a seat, you can line up on the back wall.
Yeah.
And if not, then
Excuse me, everybody. If we're getting ready to start. If you don't have a seat, you can line up on the back wall. And we're going to start in about 2 minutes. So we need to get everybody quiet for television. Is it too strong?
No. Perfect.
What's your drink of choice, Jim? I wanted to go to executive session about all the... I'm just curious how long we're going to be here. You did a good job yesterday. Thought it went well.
All right, man.
But you hit it 2 times in a minute. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to the Council Chamber of East Baton Rouge Parish. On behalf of the Metropolitan Council, they welcome you to our broadcast. We want you to be a part of our government, and welcome to all of you in the audience. And at this time, here is the Mayor President Pro Tem of East Baton Rouge Parish, Councilman Brandon Noel.
Thank you, Dennis. Welcome everybody to this March 12, 2025 regular Metropolitan Council meeting of East Baton Rouge Parish. We'll call the meeting to order. Ashley, do we have a quorum?
We have a quorum.
We're going to have an invocation and pledge led by Jacob Shaffett, Legislative Assistant for District 3 and 9. Jacob?
Good evening, everybody. Let's bow our heads in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and unity to rest upon these elected leaders. May your hand lead them in peace and clarity as they make decisions that will shape the future of East Baton Rouge Parish. As we are reminded in 1 Corinthians 1:10, I urge you, brothers and sisters, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, that all of you agree with one another in what you say, and there be no division among you, but that you be perfectly united in mind and thought. May their hearts be aligned with your will as they work together in service to the people. In Jesus' name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jacob. We're going to have the adoption and approval of minutes, approval and adoption of the minutes of the Metropolitan Council meeting of February 26, 2025 by the Council Administrative Treasurer. We have a motion. Motion by Councilman Hudson, second by Councilwoman Amorosa. Any opposed? Motion carries. Ashley, can you please read introductions?
Introductions, condemnation introductions. Number 2, Eminent Impress LLC, 1008 Epperson Street, Council District 2, Kenny. Number 3, James E. Steptor and Vernal W. Steptor, 12965 Wedgewood Drive, Council District 2, Kenny. Number 4, The Estate of Heidi Aline King, 14321 Graythorn Street, Council District 4, Moak. Number 5, One Touch Ministries Incorporated, 5037 Hammond Street, Council District 5, Hearst. Number 6, Santiago Lopez, 5880 Packard Street, Council District 5, Hearst. Number 7, Harold Kurt Duncan Sr., 4355 Summerall Drive, Council District 5, Hearst. Number 8, CEG Incorporated and the Harmony Center, Inc., 5455 Longfellow Drive, Council District 5, Hearst. Number 9, The Estate of Waina Sue Pennington Lee, 4606 Sherwood Street, Council District 7, Harris. Number 10, Joseph Collins, 3998 Dalton Street, Council District 7, Harris. Number 11, Carolyn Potan, 818 North 20th Street, Council District 10, Coleman. Number 12, Corey McKever, 1500 Myrtle Walk, Council District 10, Coleman. Number 13, the Gibson Company LLC, 1820 Kentucky Street, Council District 10, Coleman. Number 14, Curly Johnson Jr. et al., 2558 Beach Street, Council District 10, Coleman. All items that require reading have been read, and a motion to delete item 24 at the request of the department and introduce all other items is in order.
Do we have that motion? Motion by Councilman Gode, second by Councilwoman Amorosa. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. I'm going to go to condemnations. I have some recommendations from some of you all. Recommendations are to proceed with items 28, 30, 31, 32, 33, 36, 41, 42, 43, 45, 50, 51, and 52. 30 days on item 29, 46, 47, 48. 60 days on items 34 and 37. 90 days on item 40. And to delete items 27, 35, 38, 44, and 49. Is anyone here wishing to speak on any of these items? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Council, does anybody have any other further recommendations?
Number 51.
Hang on,
six-
one second. 51, Councilwoman?
Yes, sir. Number 51, 60 days, please.
60 days, 51.
26, please. I need 30 days on number 5.
Wait,
And also,
wait. Number 5 was the introduction.
39, hold on, 38, sorry, 30 days.
Not deletion?
No, 30 days on number 38.
Okay. 38, 30 days.
No, I'm good. This is it. Thank you.
Good. Okay,
So the reason 38 was on for deletion is because they had a notice problem. The Department of Development requested that the item be deleted so that they can renotice.
I mean, that's fine.
that's fine, leave it deleted? Okay. $90 on 39. Okay. We are to proceed with items 28, 30, 31, 32, 33, 36, 41, 42, 43, 45, 50, and 52. 30 days on item 29, 46, 47, and 48. 60 days on items 34, 37, and 51. 90 days on item 39 and item 40. And to delete items 27, 35, 38, 44, and 49. Do we have a motion? Motion by Councilwoman Coleman, second by Councilman Hudson. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 53, authorize Mayor President to execute an amendment to the contract with Waste Management Renewable Energy LLC, formerly Baton Rouge Renewable Energy LLC, to expand the gas collection system at the North Landfill for an amount not to exceed $530,027 by the Environmental Services Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item?
Please.
Seeing none, we'll go to council. Jim? Motion by Councilman Hudson, second by Councilwoman Amorosa. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 54. I'm gonna let everybody know. So initially, the intent was to have this as the last item of the agenda like we did last time, so that we can get all other action items taken care of prior to what would be a lengthy agenda item. However, seeing that the administration has made a recommendation to delete this item, and there's an anticipation that that may happen, we're going to go ahead and take it in order. So I just want to let everybody know that. If you want to have, we're still going to have a public hearing if you wish to speak, but you don't have to, because as I stated before, the administration has made a recommendation to the council to delete this item. A resolution ordering and calling an election to be held in the parish of East Baton Rouge, state of Louisiana, on Saturday, October 11, 2025, to authorize the parish to extend the levy of a 9.8 mils ad valorem tax currently authorized by the public library for public library purposes upon all property subject to taxation within the parish for an additional 10 years, beginning with the year 2026 to and including the year 2035, and further authorizing the parish to rededicate $114 million of proceeds of the tax heretofore and hereafter received for general operations of the parish, including maintenance operation, land acquisition, and construction of new library facilities within the parish, and rededicate the use of proceeds of the tax heretofore and hereafter received for general operations of the parish, including the maintenance operation, land acquisition, and construction of new library facilities within the parish, making application to the Louisiana State Bond Commission, providing notice that public hearing regarding the adoption of this resolution by the Metropolitan Council shall be held Wednesday, March 12, 2025 at 4 p.m. by office of the Mayor President. Again, I'll state it one more time. There is a recommendation to delete this item by the office of the Mayor President. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item?
Good evening.
Please just state your name and
My name
for the
is
record, please.
My name is Ronald Sutton. I'm the pastor of the Ebenezer Baptist Church of South Baton Rouge and a member of Together Baton Rouge. And I would like all the members of Together Baton Rouge to please stand that's in the room. Thank y'all. We would like to thank Mayor Edwards for agreeing to pull his initial proposal in favor of a new proposal that reflects the spirit of collaboration and negotiation between stakeholders, the broader community, and our elected officials. We appreciate that Together Baton Rouge had the opportunity to engage the mayor, Metro Council members, the library, and the Council on Aging in the ongoing conversation that crafted the new plan. We look forward to working with all the parties in the future, conversations to continue to move Baton Rouge forward in the spirit of collaboration toward togetherness and unity. And we hope that this will become a model that the citizens will be engaged, because the power is in the hands of the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reverend Robin McCullough-Beatty. And I too want to thank all of you for the amount of time and energy that you spent on this. This has been just amazing. I would also want to lift up that I was going to speak against this because even though it looked like it was legal, it was not ethical. And I hope that this model of this resolution will not be used for anything going forward, that hopefully what comes forward is clear, and it is, if it's a designated, if it is a dedicated fund, it's clearly for that fund only. And I realize some of the numbers still may change. I know we haven't heard from Breck, and I would think they would be wanted to be part of this partnership of whatever is going forward as a dedicated fund that's being asked to help out in a tough time. So I would like, and I hope that the resolution of the library that's just real simple that was presented earlier this year could be just substitute whatever the number is. I also think that if you do it in two, if you do the library fund as a just a single item, I don't know if you realize how many people talk about the library fund that's being used for all kinds of other things, and that does never build trust with the voters, where we cannot track why a library fund would be used for fill in the blank, whatever it's going to be. So hopefully the library dedicated fund can be just for that. then plus the Thrivent, the Thrive Fund can be added to that, the two, and it's still going to be less than what we pay now. But to keep them separate, I think would be helpful for any voters, for clarity, for integrity. And I think that the whole ethics of what had been presented, I think needs to be questioned what we had before. So as we approach Breck and others, I think it's time to maybe get creative about what they can invest in our community policing. And so to maybe there are ways that they can pay for the police that are at Breck events. So there's ways that they could administrate their funds to be supportive. And I know that many of you have worked hard and you have a clear plan of how to do this, but we still have 2 weeks and to figure out the specifics. And so with Thrive, I would think, I know as a voter, I don't understand what St. James has done to the budget. I don't understand the less money that's coming in, and I don't understand the amount of money that you all. And so I think to have a clear overview of that would be most helpful as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Harold Greer. I just want to say that as a child being raised here in Baton Rouge, I believe in Baton Rouge. I love Baton Rouge just as much as I'm sure that each one of you council members love Baton Rouge, and as much as that our mayor loves Baton Rouge. And also, I'm a city parish worker, work with mosquito control. I also am a taxpayer. I also am a voter. So I believe in the system, and I believe in the systems that are created to run operations and run our government. And I want to believe in our government. One of the things that I know that this proposal is being removed or possibly being removed tonight, and Thrive is being instituted or being proposed to be instituted. But I just want to say that transparency builds trust. That's the number one thing. Transparency builds trust. And as a voter, as a taxpayer, I want to trust my council in doing what the right thing. I want to trust my leadership. I don't want to be bamboozled and just like the woman before me, paying my taxes for something, dedicated for something, wanting it to be dedicated towards something, and it's being reappropriated. You know, I mean, if we have a slush fund per se or overfund, I'd rather have that money come back to me as a taxpayer because that's my money, you know. But I understand government. I understand shortfalls in government, and you have to come up with money from somewhere. And I understand that, you know, this new proposal is not going to cost me more than what I'm paying right now. But what is my benefit? What is my benefit being a taxpayer? What is my benefit being a worker here? I'm a city parish worker, and I know that a budget had been put forward, a budget study for increase in pay raises, because city parish workers are working, some of the city parish workers are working for less than they're making at McDonald's. And I think that 311 is just as important as 911. You know, I mean, because 311, we're the ghosts behind the scenes. We're the ones that fix your potholes. When you call in, you got a pothole, and you go to work, and it's fixed when you get back. We're the ones that, when them traffic lights went down in all chaos, they called us out of our beds to come and fix those traffic lights. But we getting paid like paupers.
Sir, I'm going to try to ask you to keep your comments specific to the item on the agenda.
Yes, sir, but that needs to be heard. And all I just ask for in the future, just to make sure that whatever proposals, whatever we're voting for at the ballots, be transparent. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Just a reminder, please keep your comments relevant to the agenda item. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Melvin Harris Jr. I want to thank all the councilmen for allowing me to speak. I'm an employee of the city of Baton Rouge. Building and Ground Department, where I am a trade specialist. And also I'm the vice president of Local 3030. If I may, can I ask all the police officers to stay? Nobody? May I ask all the union, Local 3030 union members to stay? Amen. Give God the glory. I'm asking all city employees to stay. I'm also, there you go. Amen. All city workers. Excuse me. Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm also asking Mayor Coach Sid Edwards and his administration and all council members to be a little bit more transparent with us. We out here doing the work like he was saying. We don't sit at the council and don't have the proper terminology as you all understand it. If you came in our field, you would be the same way. If you had to come through these electrical wires that I do or cut trees. Right. And so I understand that this item is being deleted, but I have concerns because of past promises, past, stuff that we were promised. None of it happened. We still on a contract from 2014. We haven't had a pay raise. Yes, they say.
Sir, are you talking about the library?
Sir?
Are you talking about the library?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm talking about the library. And so as far as this being deleted, that's what I started with, meaning item 54. And so with that being said, we get a 3% every year, okay? But our insurance going up 5%.
You talking about the library?
Yes, sir. I'm talking about the library. Okay.
I don't think that's accurate.
All city parish workers, library, police, everybody. Okay, so all I'm saying is that we want to have some transparency about where this stands with what's happening with the library, because we saw the 13 million now, but where do we stand in that 13 million?
That's your time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Byron Joe Davis. I am a city parish worker. I work in the drainage part and maintenance. We are the guys behind the scenes that go in the ditches and deal with all the craziness that goes on. The snow, we're there. Hurricanes, we're there. Heat, we're there. Sub-temperatures, we're there. We are public service workers providing essential services in wastewater management, mosquito, rodent control, constable, Head Start, the airport, juvenile services, and public works. We want fair pay to all, but don't forget we deserve a union contract to address.
Look, I apologize. We need to keep it about this agenda item, item 54. I understand what you're saying, but we need to keep the comments germane to this item. The proposal in item 54, the resolution from the mayor about the library, okay?
Okay.
Thank
Well, we just, like my friend back here said, we just want transparency. Where do we stand in on this 13 million that was announced yesterday?
Again, that's not what we're talking about tonight either. We're talking about the mayor's proposal, item 54.
Okay, well, we just want transparency. That's all I want. Thank you.
David Gray, 9317 Worthington Lake Avenue. I never went to a single meeting before a month ago. Now I feel like I've been to like 12 in the last 4 weeks. But well, I, like a lot of people here, are grateful for the news that we heard yesterday. My councilwoman, Councilwoman Raka, I'm glad that she was there and speaking for the compromise that is pulling this. There are some issues with that one that are also kind of germane to this one. Obviously, I wrote I was opposed to this agenda item, not necessarily just for the fact that it would have placed the library's millage into the general fund, but the rededication of funds that were previously voted on. I think that sets a very dangerous precedent to take away money that people, I mean, that's essentially telling the voters who voted 10 years ago that their votes didn't actually mean anything. If you're going to come back after the library properly manages its money and says, well, now that they have this money that people voted on for a specific thing, let's ask them to vote on it for something else. That just doesn't seem to be in good faith. So I hope that y'all take that into consideration. I know the next one, that'll come up at some point, but I do hope that y'all think of that. And again, I do thank y'all for working. I know a lot of y'all probably got a lot of emails. I know my councilwoman got a lot of emails from me, so I know that y'all all have received many of them. But I think it just shows, too, that how passionate the people are about this library system. They would not have continuously voted for the library if they did not believe in it and trust it. And I think that is the big thing that maybe not everyone realized when this proposal was first brought forth, was I don't think people realize how much people do believe in and trust the library system, because they have made good on every one of their promises over the last 30 years since this tax was first introduced, or 40 years, whatever it is. So thank you all again, and yeah, thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanya Nyman. I live in District 12. I spoke in favor of the library's dedicated millage, so I'm sure it comes as no surprise that I'm opposed to the mayor's proposition. And even though it's going to be pulled, likely, I still think my comments are relevant to this and to the proposed compromise. I'm opposed to this one because not only for the harm it would cause the library, but also for the harm it would cause the Baton Rouge Police Department, the city of Baton Rouge, and the parish as a whole. I oppose it because rather than addressing an ongoing harm that is occurring in this city and parish, the proposition and others like it exacerbate that harm by failing to properly address the problem, the fundamental problem. Some of you have already alluded to this harm and suggested its source is the incorporation of the city of St. George, which has produced a deficit for the city-parish government. But the city of St. George is not the source of the problem, it's a symptom of the problem. The fundamental problem is our bogus limited consolidated government. As far as I can tell, the only reason there was a pretense to consolidate the city and parish governments back in 1948 was to create a tax structure to primarily benefit the petrochemical industries in the north of the parish, and which likely benefited some of the rich and powerful folks as well. That consolidation also allowed the governance structure to be manipulated in response to population growth, so that the powers could maintain control of the governing bodies in order to protect it. It's relevant, but with the incorporation of the city of St. George, the pretense to that consolidated government is blown out of the water. There are now 5 municipalities in our bogus consolidated government. It is relevant that the people in the city of Baton Rouge do not have right to self-government, and that is creating a deficit in our city parish government that is not being discussed by the city council people and other people in this community. That is relevant to this matter. It is relevant. If you would let me get through it, it would go faster than just interrupting.
I think your time's going to run out in a little bit.
I can do it faster. They have a right to self-government, but those of us in the city of Baton Rouge do not. We are instead subjected to the control of a metro council. A majority of the members appear to be more involved, more concerned about the well-being of the other municipalities. In 1988, I remind you, the metro council approved the Horizon Plan, which allowed city revenue to be spent in the unincorporated area.
Stay germane to the top.
We're
talking about item 54. You haven't talked about item 54 since the
item
beginning of your speech.
Item 54 authorizes a parish tax, right? And also calls into question the use of dedicated millages, but it does not address the fact that you're attempting to fund our Baton Rouge Police Department from a parish fund when the people of the city of Baton Rouge should have a right to elect their own mayor, their own city council, their own police chief, and to reject or accept millages to support those entities. This proposal fails to address that, and it exacerbates that harm.
That's your time. Thank you.
And again, The right to free speech
Thank
is
you.
something that should be valued and protected in this body and all others.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's...
One second, excuse me. We're going to give you your full time back. I just want to make an announcement. I know there's some people outside the room who are going to want to come in. Kyle, you're welcome to let people come in and stand across the back wall like we did last time. I am going to give everybody the opportunity to come in and speak, though, so just be aware if you're outside of the chambers and you do want to speak on this or any other item, we're going to give opportunity for you to come either from upstairs or outside. I'm sorry, please.
Okay. I will say real quick, thank you for assuring everyone that they will be able to speak. That is very important. But, so, I'm going to be quick. Basically, my name's William Lynch. I'm in Council District 3. So I'm going to be quick, and basically, I supported the library from the beginning. I'm glad that the mayor has reached a compromise with them. I accidentally clicked that I support this proposal on the thing, because I thought this was the mayor's new proposal by mistake. So I'd like to correct that, first of all. And I'd also like to say thank you to the mayor's office and to the city council for coming together and coming to an agreement that everyone can be happy, even if not completely happy, at least accept. And yeah, that's all I really have to say. Thank you so much, and I hope you all have a great day.
I'm Kyla Romanek. I'm the Chief Public Defender for East Baton Rouge Parish, and I just want to thank the mayor and the council members who came together in a difficult situation. I voted for the library tax. I support our libraries. I love our libraries, but I also support all the government services that are needed to keep Baton Rouge a safe and happy and healthy place. And so I appreciate the community coming together and finding a solution. When we voted on that tax, the circumstances were different, and when we had this situation that threatened to decimate all of our public services, I think it is a testament to what a good and strong community and community leaders we have, that they were able to come together and come up with a solution that prevents the decimation of those services. So on behalf of the Public Defender's Office and all of the community of Baton Rouge, I am grateful that our leaders were able to do that. And I just want to say that I understand why there may be some people upset with it, but that there are very many of us in the community who are happy to find that there is a resolution to it. So thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Katrina Stokes, Executive Director of the East Baton Rouge Parish Library. The library staff, the Board of Control, and myself worked alongside the Metro Council and the Mayor's Office to create a plan that safeguards the dedicated library fund. With this in place, we are confident that we can continue providing the essential library hours and services our community depends on, and continue with our capital improvements plan to upgrade libraries throughout the parish. I would like to express my gratitude to the Metro Council, to the Mayor's Office, to the Library Board of Control, to our amazing staff, and most of all, to the community. Thank you all for your support.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Stein. I'm the Assistant Library Director for your East Baton Rouge Parish Library. And as Katrina has said, we sincerely appreciate Mayor Sid Edwards for his leadership throughout this process, and the countless hours and phone calls and e-messages and emails that the council members, our community organizations, our homeowners groups, our faith community, and our business leaders have invested with our Library Board of Control, volunteers all, in getting us to a solution that supports the entire parish. And most of all, we're incredibly grateful for that overwhelming support and constant engagement from the community. Your dedication means so much, and we hope you'll continue to stand with us as we move forward to get to the next part of this journey. And with that in mind, I'm inviting you to join me all on Friday night at the main library on Goodwood from 5 to 8 as we kick off with a tailgate, one book, one community, as we read Season of Life by Jeffrey Marks. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Letitia Cannon. I am a city parish worker. I'm also a union meeting. I oppose this resolution because I don't feel like this resolution, I don't think it solves our problem. I think it's adding to the problem because we're trying to put a Band-Aid that's on a bigger problem. I oppose this because this proposal only addresses the police pay. It never addresses all city parish people. I oppose this proposal because our library is very important to all of us. My child wants myself, she has her library card, and I take her to the main library every day. I think that we should have more libraries in East Baton Rouge Parish in certain locations, and I think that taken away from their millage and from the property taxes that we as citizens of East Baton Rouge Parish should be spent more on things that city parish needs to resolve some of the problems, not add to the financial burden that we have now as city parish government. I think that there should be more transparency with the Metro Council, with the mayor, with all of the citizens of East Baton Rouge Parish, that any proposal going forth is made plain language for us to understand that what we want child to vote for it so that we can be able to vote for it. And I think there has not been no transparency in the new proposal or this proposal that outlines what our real problem is, and that's financial responsibility for the whole city parish. And I think that going forward that we need to address all of the situations that we have, better compensation for all city parish workers, including library workers. All city parish workers, not just police. Police deserve pay just like everybody else deserves pay. 311 is more important than 911. Pay us more so you can have a better Baton Rouge. Because we're the ones that's on the front lines. We're the ones in the libraries that's greeting all the constituents that come in to help. We're the ones when you call for, when you need your drainage. We're the ones that you call for when you need to fix traffic lights.
Ma'am, I need you to stay on topic on the agenda.
I am. I'm about to wind up. I oppose this proposition because this proposal does not address any of the issues that we as city parish have. And that going forward, we need to be more transparent with the people that's going to pay the property taxes that have to vote for you taking our hard-earned money for our property taxes that we pay to try to put Band-Aids on situations that are deep-rooted. Thank you.
Okay, we have some people, we have a list of some people who do want to speak. I'm going to go through these. Come on up and speak, and then we'll go to the people outside after that. Casey Patterson? Okay. Lauren Gray? And if you are outside and I call your name, come on inside, and if I call somebody else and they get ahead of you, just stand there and you'll go next. Ronald Sutton? Sorry. My bad, Ronald. Adam St. Pierre? Adam?
Yep. Thank you all for affording me the opportunity to speak. My name is Adam St. Pierre, Council District 8. I'm saying this as the president of the Friends Group of the Library. I just wanted to take the time to thank the council that is assembled here, the mayor's office, on their leadership over the past few days to come forward with a compromise, and we're very grateful for what has transpired. And I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much.
Kayla Dowden. Elise or Alice Washington. Okay.
Hello, I'm Kayla Dowden. I'm from District 7. I'm 20 years old, and so I'd like to say that the words coming out of my mouth are influenced by the popular opinions of the 20-ish-year-old base of just new voters who have come into Baton Rouge. And I'm just here to say that right now, thank you for deleting item 54. We're going to remember that as new voters, that you guys did listen to us and the popular opinions. And just going to say that we, the new voters who are coming in, will also remember what's going to happen with this in the long run and how the library is treated in the future. So most of us are deeply care about the library. We deeply care about the library, and we are indebted to them for resources that helped us get through school, that helped us find friends, that helped us build a community together. So just on behalf of the newer generation that is just coming up and looking at what you guys are doing, thanks once again for listening to us, and we will be keeping an eye on all of you.
Reverend Anderson, you are next on the list.
Beyond saying how upset I am, and I am, this is a people's house. This is a people's house. And while I thank those of you on the council who responded to my text, this is the people's house. I oppose item 54 for the obvious reasons. Our library system is a value added. Almost everything they do brings income and a class act to this community. The people of this community did not vote to give money to entities that could not be trusted, that they didn't know where the money was going to come from, for the sham that is one day we need to cover a hole in the budget, and the next day we're going to pass out money like it's Christmas. That's not budgeting. In real budgeting, when you lose your job, you figure out what you prioritize and you get rid of the junk. This proposal and every variation of it has been both a disservice and dishonest to the taxpayers of this parish. I love my librarians, and I love my library. And the idea that we need to turn our Metro Council meeting into a policing camp because we got librarians and community members that support librarians and community members who do not want to see victims of a black site in this building is an atrocity. I have been coming to these meetings before any of you all were ever on this council. I was here at the last Metro Council meeting. So let me remind everybody how many law enforcement were in this room. There's about 2 of them. I've been to these meetings week in and week out because I believe in democracy. This ain't that. We got young people that for the first time got engaged, got concerned. We got survivors of the worst kind of state-sponsored terrorism in this building being treated by the same people who mistreated them like they are second-class citizens. I hope over the next few weeks, and I have nothing but respect for all of you, and you know that, but I hope you will shut this nonsense down. When the citizens come out, you should be applauding that many citizens want to be engaged in their government. Because I am praying and hoping thousands or more of them come and vote in their own interests and not in this. The very fact that the bond commission is even mentioned.
Thank you, Reverend Anderson.
In this proposal is a crime and a shame.
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
I am Dr. Alice Washington Edwards. I am a National Association of Social Workers scholar. I am in opposition to the Proposition 54. The East Baton Rouge Parish Library System is one of the finest systems in America, and we do not wish to diminish our library fund in any way. We do not want to subject our fund to any possible problem that might diminish it. It is a testament to the strength of our community. Every scholar would be honored to study or do research in our system. Let us not interfere with this fund. Thank you.
Please. Kyle, that's everybody I think I have on the list. So if anybody else outside wants to come in, okay. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mona Line Gang. I'm a resident of Baton Rouge, of course. I taught for 42 years in both public and private schools. I taught children across the socioeconomic spectrum. I taught children with elevators in their homes, and I taught children who lived in sub-economic standard, the poverty threshold. But no matter what their income level was, when they walked through the door to library, the playing field was level. The librarians who greeted them did not care what their income was at home, what their political backgrounds were, their family, or what their religious background was. They were there to help them. I would love to go into all the statistics about how much the library is used, but that's not what I'm here for. Instead, I want to tell you what you would find if you walk through the doors of the library. The libraries are a beautiful, wonderful gem in our communities in Baton Rouge. They're a hub of society where people of all backgrounds can walk in and be together and interact, all age groups. This Friday at Goodwood, we heard that we're tailgating because of the book club. It's a big kickoff. People, families can all gather, start off by games and food, activities that will be ongoing about sports and that book. Then there's going to be family crafts and hobbies to be taught at the Pride Cheneyville Library. At other libraries, you can learn about photography, history, music. There's a dulcimer workshop over at one of the libraries. There's an edible book fair festival. There's comic book publishing. Another library has a writer's workshop. You can check out board games, gardening. There's gardening series. There's seed swaps. There's tax help. You can learn healthy habits, bird monitoring presentations, movie nights, learn a foreign language, learn to crochet. That's one of my favorites. My friend teaches that. There are children, teens, adults, seniors. They're all learning together. They sit down together. This whole entire spectrum of an age group sit down talking together. Where do you find that? There's a maker's space at some of the libraries. There are meeting rooms that are used for all kinds of meetings, especially HOVs. They use those a lot. I didn't cover it all. You can find that. Walk into a library and you can find all these things and more that are available at the library. This is what the taxpayers have said they want. Please do not take that away. This is a gym in Baton Rouge. We want it.
That's your time, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And I'm 70 years old. I also need those hard copy books. Thank you. That's the page that said that.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Kanika Coates, and I work for Head Start. And I've been serving the people of East Baton Rouge Parish since 2010. I hold a Bachelor of Science in Child Development. And before coming to the city of Baton Rouge, I was a teacher's aide and a teacher in both East Baton Rouge Parish and Baker School System. I thought numerous times about leaving, but when I look into the eyes of the children that I serve, the next generation of our babies, it pulls me back. Then I think about the families that I've helped take to the next level, and it gives me the strength to come back the next day. So my family suffers financially so that I can work for the next generation. As many of you know, they're building jail cells, and I feel they're for the very children that I serve. It is my responsibility to ensure that those children never walk into any one of those cells. Because when our children don't receive the basis of the foundation of education and social learning, they don't learn to read or write. They can't learn. They can't work a job that has potential to sustain a household. Then they can't feed their families, and the cycle repeats itself. I consider myself a first responder because I fight the same fight as the BRPD. Because without an education, criminal activity will increase. So pay me like you want a better Baton Rouge, because that is what I'm working for. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maggie Connerow. I'm in Councilwoman Harris's district. I was not planning to speak tonight because I oppose this plan and it's planned to be deleted, so that's great. At the last meeting, the walls were lined with police officers. The walls behind you were lined with police officers. If people can stand on the wall, then people should be able to stand on the wall. The reason you have so many people talking on an item that's just being deleted is because the community feels stifled. Right now, you have a sergeant blocking the door. It is locked. There are empty chairs that we are being told we cannot sit in, we cannot enter. You are feeding a problem. People feel pissed out there. This is the people's house. There are empty chairs. People who are here to listen to items should be able to listen to them in here. And if you can't stand at the back of the room, then police officers shouldn't be able to either. So y'all set that precedent last time. So can people stand at the back of the room or not? And can people sit in empty chairs or not?
Ma'am, I know you weren't in here, but I actually asked them to come
I'm
in
trying
and
to
line
tell
the walls.
Mayor Pro Tem, they are blocking the door. It is locked. When I tell them there is an empty chair, that my friends are saying, the chair next to me is empty, come sit in it, they will not let us in.
No, they can come in and get across the wall and fill in seats, that's fine.
I propose that y'all pause and let people know that because people have been trying the door for the last hour.
I understand.
And the stifling is making the comments go longer because people feel unheard from this whole process. And this is like a personification, a physical manifestation of that same not being a part of the process to figure out the solution. Open the frickin' door.
I don't want to start my Who's the next person that wants to speak?
I don't want to start my time until we open the door.
Then let somebody else come.
So let's, I think we're all going to wait until you open the door.
Sir?
I think we're all going to wait.
Is anybody wanting to speak? Anybody else?
I would love to, but I'd love to have audience.
Ma'am,
members here
if
as
you
well.
want to wait, you can wait. Sir, please. Oh, okay. You want to announce that, Chief? Just let people know.
So we had everything signed off by the fire marshal. The occupancy level is the number of seats that are in here. We can't have anybody standing up. That's why the doors are being monitored. We can't have anybody standing up per the fire marshal. We're going to let people in and sit in the empty seats, but we can't have anybody standing up.
If you wish to speak and you don't have a seat, get in line to speak.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Ronnie Harris. I'm a resident of District 11. I was here in February the 12th, patiently waiting for item number 76 that came at the very end of the agenda. So I appreciate the fact that you followed the agenda as noted. And I want to thank everyone because I hear of this compromise. And that is certainly a step in the right direction. And by the way, I do support the deletion of item number 54. That is certainly a step in the right direction. 10 years ago, I voted in favor of the library millage. And today, there's a decision that is made by just a few people saying, well, let's take $52 million and pay a fund balance. I'm a little concerned about that. But I do trust our library officials. They've done an outstanding job. So I do want to support them in their decision-making. I understand compromise is the art of politics. I do want to say that I haven't heard really anything about capital projects. You have a situation where you have numerous facilities in the library system, and according to the numbers in the library budgets that have been published, $2 million is in reserve so that they could address any damages relative to some catastrophe. I don't know if risk management is a portion of that budget. I don't know what's going to happen with all of the planned improvements that were calculated in the millage of 10 years ago. So, to put it succinctly, I do want to thank you for your compromise. I do want you to take note, though, that the jury is still out. What resonates? The word trust. And I want to say that everyone is looking at this. And also, I want to thank everyone involved because I've been in public life for quite some time. And I've never seen one issue to come out so positive and so diverse. Oh, gosh, that's a terrible word, huh? White, black, rich, poor, whatever you have in East Baton Rouge Parish came to support one situation. I sent an email to Mary Stein because I knew her spirits had been up and down, right? My wife and I traveled to the Felicianas, over to Tangipahoa Parish in Kentwood. And if I got my geography right, northeast of Pride, before the parish line, right before you exited into the Felicianas, was a sign. I love my library. That spoke words, powerful words to me, that this library has served every corner of this parish. So yes, delete item number 54 by action by you rather than the avoidance of action that happened on February the 12th.
Thank you, sir.
And as this compromise comes forward, please delineate where the money's going.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So my name is Emmy Cormier, and I want to start out with a story. If it were my objective to try to get funds from different districts in the area that have dedicated funds and that are good spenders, I would start with something like item 54. I would start with an item like this, where I say, I'm going to take all your money. I'm going to take your future dedicated tax, and I'm going to take everything you've got in the bank. That's how I would start it, because that's going to scare the crap out of enough people that we all show up here in defense of our libraries. So I would use this agenda item as a negotiation tactic to get to something we might see in the future in the next Metro Council meeting. And then I might pretend that I'm the hero, that I've saved the libraries, even though I've taken $52.4 million of their money. I would start with an agenda item like this. And I would have all these meetings, and I'd pat myself on the back, and I would pretend that we all save the library and save the parish, I would start with an agenda item like this. So shame on you all for pretending that you've done anything that the citizens in this room or the one before this or the one after this are what we've asked for. For 30 years, we've protected the entire library tax, and we intend to do so forever. There is absolutely no excuse for taking their fund balance. That's going to hurt the most poorest and underserved communities the most. Those next capital projects are in Scotlandville, Delmont Gardens, Baker. They can no longer afford to do that if this agenda item goes forward. This is the beginning of what they're going to pretend is their effort to save the libraries and save us from St. George by taking money from the libraries. Maybe from Council on Aging or Mosquito. I don't know where they're going to go next because this is the only item we have on the agenda. So I do not appreciate being patronized by this mayoral office. I do not appreciate being locked out of this door when I was signed up for a public comment, despite the fact, sir, that you said all people who had signed up had been called. Untrue. There were several of us waiting. I do not appreciate the fact that we were continually locked out of this building, even you giving directives and eye contact to let us in. That is not okay, because people who support the library, we're known to get real rowdy. Like, we just want to talk about our libraries. We want to talk about this agenda item, and we want to make sure that our dedicated library funds stay that way. We want the opportunity to vote on our full dedicated library funds, and I don't want any one of you to pretend that you've come to a compromise and you've saved us. You've negotiated with people who are holding hostage the library funds, so shame on you all.
Hello. This is the first time I have had to come in front of the council. I moved to Baton Rouge.
State your name for the record.
Deirdre Douglas. I moved to Baton Rouge in 1993 from New Orleans to come to school here. The first place I looked for information about the city was the main library on Goodwood. I'm now a librarian. I've been a librarian for 25 years. So what I'm about to say, I've done it. It's not nothing I heard or read in the paper. I've been a children's librarian. I've been a youth librarian. I've been an academic librarian. I've even worked at the state library. And if you defund the libraries, you think we have crime now? I've been in there where they had kids that come there, in Scotlandville where I work, even in Central where I work, and the last branch I worked at was the Carver branch in the South. Libraries are needed. And if you take their money to fund the police, there's going to be more crime because a lot of kids and jobs. So I just want to point out, libraries provide essential community services, okay? Libraries support education and literacy, and we all know where we stand as a state in literacy. We have school libraries that depends on the public libraries to come into Head Start, and they also do the homeless. I used to hear this term all the time. You're a librarian. What do you do? And looking at some of your faces, y'all really don't know what we do. You know, we therapists, we social workers, we are a lot. And library boosts the economy. How we boost the economy? We offer job resume writing skills, how to use the computers. I actually was hired to put the first 4 computers from Microsoft in the public libraries when I was in library school. We have people who still don't know how to use computers. I was working in the libraries during Hurricane Katrina. Do you know how many people I helped? We wouldn't have been able to do that without the funds that we have. So before you vote on this proposal, I need you to come visit a library. How many of you have a library card? Now that's the question. How many of you know how many programs that they offer at all of their branches? And the biggest thing that if we do get cut, who's gonna get cut first? Is it gonna be Scotlandville? Is it gonna be Carver? Is it gonna be Jones Creek, Greenwell Springs Road? Did y'all look into that? Okay, so think about it before you vote on this proposal.
Good evening, Council. My name is Anna Andrews Welsh, and I come here on behalf of the Department of Public Works. I work in the maintenance department. And I've been an employee there for 25 years, going on my 27 years. And we have been cut tremendously. Starting in COVID, we got cut. We have been cut in the last month, 120 some positions. So when your drainage don't get cleaned out, or when I'm just being, but we need the money. Okay, and just
I know you need
bringing
money,
it
and
down
that's
to
fine, but you gotta talk about the
we need
agenda
the
item.
money. Department of Public Works needs the money.
But this agenda item doesn't address that, and you need to talk about this
Well,
agenda
it's on here. It says maintenance, and that's what we're here for. Maintenance operations. That's what it's all about. And we need the money because we can't afford any more cuts. And I know you don't want to hear that, but council people, you all need to understand that public works is important to this city. Just like the libraries are important, just like the police are important. We are important too. 127 positions that are gone. And we don't know whether or not we're going to get them back.
All right, I promise you this is about the library. My name is Sydney Epps, Dr. Sydney Epps. I graduated from LSU and I teach there. Good evening, members of City Council. Today I stand before you to advocate for the preservation and support for our library system, which is critical to our community's well-being. Let's address the fact that many children are not attending school, which creates a critical gap in understanding about what's happening in their homes. So libraries play, as the woman before, the last woman who spoke, the position of social worker. This isn't just about invading privacy, which is sometimes a critique of our education system. This is about recognizing the potential issues such as domestic violence and sexual abuse that go on unnoticed, that libraries actually do give people the resources to discuss and to find liberation from. We often underestimate how much libraries support students, women, disabled individuals, and the elderly, and what they gain from libraries and community resources as such. Access to these spaces provides invaluable knowledge and opportunities for improving lives. And for some, it may be the key to escaping dangerous environments. I want to highlight there's been an alarming trend within the community discussions that also included the Council on Aging, which faced some criticism from a special interest group during a meeting focused on essential community services. I want to be rather frank and say that what I've read and interacted with on some of our community apps, we do not need more cops. We need residents who understand civil discourse and what it means to be a neighbor. Rather than speaking directly to the neighbors about various acts of humility, some are calling the police instead, which those interactions can be dangerous. And when we have a system that allows people to communicate with them in a way that makes them security officers, we are not producing an environment that is conducive to reducing crime. We are in danger of producing an educated proletariat, and that's what it seems that our council sometimes is projecting by trying to steal resources from educational environments. We have to be selective about who we allow to go through higher education, and we're going to shorten the school to prison pipeline. This is actually turning into a black hole. I want to read an element of the key educational advisor for Nixon, who worked for the reelection of California Governor Ronald Reagan.
Ma'am, you got about 30 seconds. Just
All
let me
right.
know if you can
Okay,
read
well,
something.
let me go. Libraries are not just a place for books. They are effective tools for reducing crime and increasing longevity and productivity in our communities. Research shows that police officers with higher education are less likely to resort to lethal force, resulting in fewer fatalities and decreases in violent encounters. I want to urge you to reconsider any plans to defund our library system. Investing in libraries means investing in our community's future, safety, and success.
Hello, Juliette Dautrieve. I decided to bring my library cart with me. I would have stopped and returned some books on the way, but I just wanted to show you some of my library cart. These are some books that I picked up. I love the display ones that they put out. I pick a wide variety. I like to read really good literature, so I don't read them all. sometimes I go through them. Here's a stack of movies. I don't quite know why I get so many movies because I only ever watch them when I fold laundry. But there's huge variety of movies. Here are some tax returns that I just picked up from my library. I didn't bother getting the book because I can look that up on the internet. Here is a special form that I had to get, and so I was able to get on the computer at the library, look up my correct schedule, and print it out. Let's see what else. And then the other thing is I had to turn in a paper to a lawyer. My printer didn't work. I went to the library, downloaded the form, signed it, and said, is there any way I can scan this? This nice lady helped me, and I'm not huge computer literate, but she said, do you have a, I don't know what, zoop-de-doo. She gave me this thing. I was able to, I printed out the form, I signed it, I put it on this thing, and was able to put it back in the computer and send it to the lawyer. So when I go to the library, I often see tutors tutoring people. I always see the librarians there helping people, particularly old people like me. And I am definitely against you cutting any sort of funding to the library. I think it's very important. And my child has gone to the library. She pitched a fit right smack in the middle of the front doors, and I hope her child gets to pitch a fit in front of the doors too. I still have a minute, so I just wanted to say, if you want to, I'm all for giving raise to law enforcement. However, I think there needs to be a raise of the criteria for law enforcement. I've had my own personal experience with people that are just living out their life of being a high school bully. I'd like to see people paid more and also more required of them to where they can be professional people. But don't take the money from our libraries. It's critical to our community. Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else inside, outside, upstairs wishing to speak on this item? We good?
Council members, you should have received 236 comments, 216 comments on this item, all in opposition.
All right. We'll go to council. We have a motion by Councilman Hurst to delete. Do we have a second? Second by Councilwoman Amorosa. Any opposed? Motion's been deleted. Item's been deleted. Item 55, amending the 2025 annual operating budget for the Jewel J. Newman Center so as to appropriate $63,340 from the fund balance assigned to Jewel J. Newman Center generated through the prior year rental revenues at the community center for operational support, building repairs, and improvements at the community center by Jewel J. Newman, Community Center Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Councilman?
Just real quickly, just want to say thank you to Joe Butler and the Buildings and Grounds staff. For those that didn't know, we had a stringent of vandalism that happened at the Jewel J. Newman Community Center, and so many different departments from Buildings and Grounds, the mayor's office, Chief Morris, definitely came in and ensured that my staff had everything that we needed. So thank y'all so much for helping us and making sure Jewel J. Newman is secure for the upcoming future. So thank y'all.
You have a motion, Councilman? Motion to approve. Motion by Councilman Kenny, second by Councilman Dunn Jr. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 56, authorizing finance director to refund an erroneous remittance of sales tax to Restaurant Depot in the amount of $134,959 for remitting sales tax due to Orleans Parish for the review period of June 2024, with the cost of such refund to be charged against sales tax revenues by the finance director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. We have a motion. Motion by Councilwoman Harris, second by Councilwoman Adams. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 57, authorizing Mayor President on behalf of Baton Rouge Police Department to accept a grant award from the United States Police Canine Association, American Kennel Club, Reunite 2025 Canine in the amount of $7,500 by the police chief. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item?
Council members, you should have received 2 email comments in opposition to item 57.
I actually had a couple of questions on this particular item. What is the total cost of a canine dog? Is the $7,500 going to cover the cost, or is it actually the two amounts together, or is it actually more than that? If anybody knows? Yeah.
This is your time, Reverend.
No, and I just wondered if anybody had that information.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Councilwoman Amoroso.
Chief, do you want to come and respond to her question? Give you a chance to.
Thank you very much for the question, and I got to say the answer is both of the amounts. We buy our dogs, our patrol dogs, from a vendor, and that amount is $12,000 or sometimes over, which is actually a very good deal because here at the Baton Rouge Police Department, we train our own patrol dogs. We're actually the very first department in the entire country recognized by the United States Police Canine Association, who's the gold standards for all police dogs in the entire country. To first department to have their own training facility and be recognized as a training facility. We train police dogs from all around the area here, and so normally other departments will have to spend up to $25,000 or $30,000 for a patrol dog. They get that dog already trained, speaking a foreign language, usually from Germany or something like that. But we buy ours for that better amount because we do our own training, which is about 500 hours of training that the patrol dogs go through.
We have a motion by Councilwoman Amoroso, second by Councilman Hudson to approve the item. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 58, authorizing Mayor President on behalf of the Baton Rouge Police Department to accept a sub-grant award from the National Association of VOCA Assistance Administrator in the amount of $4,740 under the National Crime Victims' Rights Week Community Awareness Project Grant Program by the police chief. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Do we have a motion? Motion by Councilman Hurst, second by Councilwoman Amoroso. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 59, authorizing Mayor President on behalf of the Division of Human Development and Services, Office of Social Services to enter into a contract with Louisiana Workforce Commission for Community Services block grant in the amount of $1,499,183 for the fiscal year 2025 by the Human Services Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. We have a motion. Motion by Councilman Hurst, second by Councilman Goday. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 60, authorizing Mayor President to enter into a professional services contract with Technical Services Group, Inc. to provide on-site broadcast production personnel for 60 pre-scheduled meetings per year held in the council chambers and perform operational checks of all audiovisual equipment prior to the meeting going live. The contract is in the amount of $62,268 payable in monthly installments by the Public Information Officer. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. We have a motion. Motion by Councilwoman Adams, second by Councilwoman Amoroso. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 61, authorizing Mayor President to enter into an agreement with Environmental Systems Research Institute, Inc. for maintenance and support of ESRI GIS software in the amount not to exceed $117,985 by the Information Services Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, go to council. We have a motion. Motion by Councilman Hurst, second by Councilman Dunn Jr. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 62, authorizing Mayor President to execute a cooperative endeavor agreement with Lamar Advertising Louisiana LLC for the removal of abandoned signs at no cost to the city parish by the Development Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, go to council. Motion by Councilwoman Rocca, second by Councilman Hurst. Any opposed? Motion carries. We're going to take items 63 through 67 together. Item 63, authorizing Mayor President to execute a utility relocation agreement with Energy Corporation for services associated with MUBR Capacity Project Perkins Overpass in an amount not to exceed $195,260.68 by Transportation and Drainage Director. Item 64, authorizing Mayor President to execute a supplemental agreement to contract number 800003465 for appraisal services with Aguilar Consultants LLC for services associated with MUBR Capacity Project Hooper Road in an amount not to exceed $10,400 by Transportation and Drainage Director. Item 65, authorize Mayor President to execute a supplemental agreement number 2 for construction inspection services with the Beta Group Engineering and Construction Services LLC for services associated with MUBR Capacity Project Midway Drive in an amount not to exceed $21,000 by the Transportation and Drainage Director. Item 66, authorize Mayor President to execute supplemental agreement number 2 for construction inspection services with ECM Consultants, Inc. for services associated with MUBR Capacity Project Constantine Midway to Bluebonnet in an amount not to exceed $345,083.04 by the Transportation and Drainage Director. Item 67, authorizing Mayor President to execute a contract with Todd Tidwell Appraisals and Consulting LLC to provide appraisal services for the College Drive Perkins Road to I-10 project in an amount not to exceed $119,765 by the Transportation and Drainage Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on items 63 through 67? Seeing none, we'll go to council. We have a motion. Motion by Councilman Dunn Jr., second by Councilman Kenny. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 68, authorizing Mayor President to execute a supplemental agreement number 1 to the entity state agreement between Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development to provide for the responsibilities and funding for the improvements to I-10 from LA 415 to Essen Lane by Transportation and Drainage Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item?
Council members, you should have received one email comment in opposition to item 68.
Seeing none, go to council. Motion. Motion by Councilwoman Adams, second by Councilman Goday. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 69, authorizing Mayor President to execute an entity state agreement between Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development and the City of Baton Rouge, East Baton Rouge Parish, to provide for the responsibilities and funding of Ardenwood Drive Road Diet by Transportation and Drainage Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item?
Council members, you should have received one email comment in opposition to item 69.
There is a request by the Transportation and Drainage Director to defer this item for 2 weeks. Councilman Dunn Jr.
Yes, that's what I was going to request. Motion to defer for 2 weeks.
We have a motion by Councilman Dunn Jr. to defer for 2 weeks, second by Councilwoman Adams. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 70, authorizing Mayor President to execute supplemental agreement number 2 to the contract with HNTB for services associated with the infrastructure project identification, development, and grant submittal in an additional amount of $400,000 to increase the contract to an amount not to exceed $2,209,786 by the Transportation and Drainage Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item?
Council members, you should have received one email comment in opposition to item 70.
Seeing none, we'll go to council. We have a motion. Motion by Councilwoman Adams. We have a second. Oh, Councilman Goday.
Hey, Fred. Oops. I hear you, but I don't see you. There you go. Fred, this item is for essentially grant management services or that type of a service specific to the bipartisan infrastructure?
That, and also we have some FEMA grants that we're dealing with, drainage, that have been part of this agreement from day one. And to be honest, council members, it's getting harder and harder to try to manage these systems on a day-to-day basis, and meetings are needed. And I just, there's only so many hours in a day that I can be there, but this is essential for us to be able to be sure we don't lose the funding that we have programmed at this point, and I'm asking for this request for approval.
Do you have, not as an answer tonight, but maybe a report on what dollars EBR has seen come to the parish from that bipartisan infrastructure law? I'd love to see maybe it's matched some Move BR funding. I think that would be very helpful information.
I'll be more than happy to provide that. There's plenty of dollars that we've received in reference to that. Yes, sir.
That would be great. Thank you, and thanks to HNTB too for providing that.
Yes.
We have a motion by Councilwoman Adams. We have a second by Councilman Hurst. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 71, authorizing settlement of the claim of Tiffany Smith for bodily injury for a total amount of $11,000 by the Parish Attorney's Office. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item?
Mary Jane Markentale. This is one of 7 items that I'm going to address a problem that I see. Transparency seems to be the word of the day. Yet, when something goes on the agenda by your own city ordinance and by public meeting law, there's a requirement that subject matter, which is the central issue or controversy that forms the basis of a legal dispute, be put on the agenda. I don't think any of y'all can tell me what 71 is about, other than a bodily injury, and they want $11,000. Like I say, this is one of 7 that I'm going to be addressing on this. I don't think this complies properly.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. We have a motion by Councilman Hudson, second by Councilwoman Rocca. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 72, authorizing an offer of judgment in the matter entitled Turnell Brown versus Baton Rouge Police Department et al. In the amount of $90,000 and appropriating $90,000 for such purpose by the Parish Attorney's Office. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item?
Hi. Hello. How you doing? My name is Turnell Lagarde Brown, and I'm here to address everybody. This initiative is my first time coming out on behalf of this incident, and I want to direct my first question to you, Miss District 2, Mr. Kennedy. How you doing? I live in your district, and my question to you, if this was your mother in this situation, how would you feel?
Ms. Brown, look, I'm just gonna let you know the way this works. This is the public hearing. This is your time.
Yeah.
And so everybody's gonna be able to speak on it from the public before we turn it over to the council. So it's not a Q&A between the council.
That's fine.
Just want to let you know.
That's fine, but that's my first question. Okay, so I just want to let you guys know how this has impacted me. You know, how I can't do the things that I usually do. I usually smile, I'm a bubbly person. And it has taken a lot from me. I'm a business owner. I've inherited the family business of 35 years. I can't even open due to the fact I feel like I know I'm going to be harassed. I've been harassed by the police. I've been bullied. I no longer have my car due to the fact that's initially what stood out. So my kids, every day I question myself every day. I'm in counseling once a week. And no one, not the chief of police, the prior, the current, not the mayor, the prior, the current, none of you guys, no one ever apologized, gave us, none of us, not me. And for me to stand here today and face you guys on the number on a paper that doing that, we haven't even came to an agreement. As a matter of fact, the magistrate got a line with it derailed. So the meeting was cut short with my attorney. So I don't even know why am I here with you guys. Why am I here? I was taken to a mechanic shop, stripped buck naked.
We good.
Okay. So at that time, I want you guys to know I was currently 400 pounds, 407. And I was taken into a mechanic shop, they call it Torture House, with 2 vehicles. And I had, I oppose all day. Yes, sir. I oppose. All right.
Good evening. We're good? All right. I'm Attorney Ryan Thompson. I am the representative, the attorney for Ms. Turnell Brown. We sent a letter to the City Parish Attorney's Office stating out what we thought was fair. We did not get a letter back. What Ms. Brown references is that there was some initial discussions. And what we were told in that meeting is that this body here would be the body that we had to come to get a meeting, because you guys are the ultimate deciders of what is fair. I received a phone call several weeks ago from the media asking me about a reappropriation or a repurposing of a building that we know as the Brave Cave now. And when I heard about the amount that was being offered to repurpose that building, I then thought it was a slap in the face. Reached out to my clients, they agreed with me. And so I'm only here today on behalf of Ms. Brown to ask for a meeting with this council, because clearly I can't get through the city parish attorney's office. And what I was told is that I had to come before you. And so it is my humble request before you delete or approve or deny this item that you give me an opportunity, whether it's closed door, whether we have to sign an NDA, to talk to you guys, to give you guys our opinion of this. Understand Ms. Brown has already won on 2 issues. One being that the non-arrestee strip search policy was unconstitutional. The second one is that the officers are denied qualified immunity at this point, which the city has taken an appeal on. The question that I have as a taxpayer is how much long must this go on? If we can repurpose a building for almost $2 million, then we can definitely make sure that the victims are made whole before we repurpose that building. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tia Fields, community activist, constituent of District 2. Justice is not about compensation. It should ensure that there is transparency, there is honesty, and there is compassion for the victims that unfortunately had to go under through the police brutality that they did. For far too long, the Brave Cave was used as an off-site, unofficial detention center. As Ms. Brown stood before you to kind of tell a little bit about her story, we just find it appalling that the city would not take into consideration the victims. So I'm asking you guys today, before you make a decision on these settlements, that you include the victims in this conversation. Thank you.
So I had the displeasure of Sydney Epps, of reading through some of the engagements that occurred at this Brave Cave, including but not limited to an 11-year-old boy who was clad only in his underwear from his residence, who was touched all over with his mother, who had to endure a strip search. Another instance where a 16-year-old, 8 months pregnant, was brought to this facility. Such actions are not only criminal, but represent a gross abuse of power by those sworn to protect us. Additionally, a grandmother was subjected to a humiliating strip search, and due to a clerical error during the investigation, the police involved escaped any punishment. These procedural failings are indicative of a larger systemic issue within the police department, including biases and inappropriate affiliations, which, once again, going back to the library, I find it incredibly offensive that you would try to steal the money from the library to give to these people. The involvement of the city council members in appointing individuals with ties to the police union, to the civil service board, further exacerbates the chain of abuse of power, and these affiliations create an environment in which physical and sexual violence occur under the guise of authority or brotherhood, perpetuating a culture of abuse. Adding to the gravity of these issues is the presence of militarized units within the Baton Rouge Police Department. I'm going to skip that because I feel like you're about to cut me off. In this context, the need for a well-educated police force
You got a
becomes...
minute 45. Take your
Oh,
time.
my goodness, really? All right, I'll just come back. Let's see. Let me skip down then. When we allow police officers to commit crimes without consequence, it sends dangerous messages to our young men, normalizing behavior that is fundamentally contrary to the values of justice and protection. The culture of abuse must be eradicated, and those responsible must be held accountable to restore trust in our community. And I do want to tie this back to a recent event. This is eerily similar to the results of which this young man at Southern University was killed. If we look at the alignments of these off-site entities where God knows what is going on behind closed doors. This is literally our police leadership giving our community license to participate in hazing, which is what you're doing to this community. I'll end there.
Hello, my name is Ryan. I'm here to speak in direct opposition to the agenda item 72. Like others have said, Terrell Brown is someone's grandma who was taken to the Brave Cave, a site that is used by the Baton Rouge Police Department to torture black people. Do you know what disturbs me? There are 3 other agenda items relating to victims of the Brave Cave. And not even just that, it's not all of the victims. Terrell Brown was stripped by the police and sexually assaulted, and we think $90,000 is justice? It's not. What would be justice is if the Baton Rouge police was actually held accountable. And if we built a system that would never allow for police brutality and abuse to occur in the first place. That system would be complete community control of the police. In case you've forgotten, the police are supposed to work for us, the people that make Baton Rouge run in the first place. But instead, the Baton Rouge police are an entity that only functions to suppress, harass, and murder black people, poor people, mentally ill people, and whoever else they choose. The people of this city deserve a say in who is supposed to be protecting and serving our community. And from my understanding, this amount that Ms. Brown is being paid is a part of the $40,000 that is being split between the victims, while this council wants to spend $2 million on converting the Brave Cave into a community center. Shame. Shame on this city council, and shame on Baton Rouge police. We don't want the Brave Cave to be turned into a community center. We don't want you to destroy evidence of Baton Rouge police, racist policing. We want justice, and this is not it.
Good evening. I think that humanity needs to be considered before the priorities of the parish attorney. I also think that you as the parish council have an obligation to recognize that the entire community and even the country watch what happened in our community through these incidents. Women, young women under the age of 18, were taken into a warehouse, strip searched, told to bend over and open up by police officers that we pay. This same council is going to ask to put $9 million in y'all's project for the police department and ask us to vote for it without doing the first part of giving us accountability. I don't oppose supporting pay raises for police officers. I do oppose giving them to them without accountability for what they have done. To have federal judges ruling that it was unconstitutional what they did, and this parish attorney continue to appeal those rulings is a waste of our taxpayer dollars while you all are attempting to find how you close the budget deficits. But you continue to let Greg roam. Who is in control? You all are the parish attorney. Because all of these issues are a recommendation to you all. But you know what you all have the ability to do as council? To do what is in the best interest of the citizens of this community. If 2,000 white women or white citizens had been taken into a warehouse in this community, oh hell, we wouldn't even be in here talking about no 40,000. Y'all be ready with pitchforks outside. If 3 white women were taken into the facility and bent over and spread open. I watched a video of a girl who was 16 years old sit in the back of a cop car, and they had her ankles shackled, her hands shackled, and they said, "We taking you," just to take her to the bathroom now. So to take her to the bathroom, they had to search her. They then let her go to the restroom. While she was sitting in the car, she asked them, when they said, "You're going to be detained," she said, "What does that mean?" Because nobody called her mama. 16-year-old girl. Nobody called that little black pregnant girl's mama. I wept because I have a 15-year-old daughter. Somebody ought to give a damn. That happened to our women in this community. And you letting Greg Rome propose $40,000 to that grandmother and want us to vote to give them pay raises. I'll be damned if I will. Do your job first. Do your job and we'll support them. But without the accountability, it's an abomination to ask this community to stand behind police officers you won't hold accountable.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Harmon, a resident here in East Baton Rouge Parish. My heart is full just knowing, because I'm probably going to come up here and speak about a few other families that's on the agenda. what happened to Ms. Brown, and to see her stand up here with such courage and give her story and recount what happened, I hope you understand, as someone who also lives with PTSD, that having to recount your story is re-traumatizing. It's hard to put a price tag on what justice is for the horrific acts that all of the families that have experienced in the Brave Cave. And the actions of those police is just simply a demonstration of a horrific institution that's been in existence for a long time. There's probably a lot of police who are still serving in the force that was probably trained under Bruce Stupid, you know? And that's a behavior you got to get rid of. And like they say, the bad apples spoil the whole bunch. And those bad apples are costing the city a lot of money due to their actions. And at the same time, we have to give those people raises, right? And it's like, how do we hold people accountable? How do we clean house, right? Because I feel like this tab is going to keep running. You know, when is enough enough? I am in opposition of this motion only because I don't feel like it's enough. It's not. And then to want to repurpose a building that I honestly believe has demonic spirits in there, because somebody to take actions the way they did against another human being is such a horrific act. You have to have been possessed by a demon of some sort. Have to, right? Like, we're talking about human beings hurting each other ruthlessly. And those victims have to live with that. I mean, I'm talking about people who went through despicable acts and just tossed outside on the side of the street like trash. How do you attest to that? As far as I'm concerned, all of these people should have a lifetime membership to whatever spa or therapy services that can be afforded to them with no cap. You know, they should be able to rebuild their lives with no financial constraints. This is not enough. And what are we going to do to rid ourselves of those bad apples that's costing our city so much money? I want y'all to sit and really think about that. Where's the process going to come in at? How do we? Because one thing I can say, a cousin of mine served with the Baton Rouge Police Department, and she left in 2016 when Alton Sterling was shot. And she's seen for herself how evil this police department could be. She lives in a whole other state, working a whole other occupation, didn't even look back at law enforcement.
That's your time, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll be back to speak again.
Greetings to members of the council. My name is Darrell Muhammad, and some of you have guessed I am with the Nation of Islam under the divine leadership of the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. I want to say this right quick, and that is, there are people, not just on the police force, but everywhere, who do not value our lives as black people. They do not feel our pain. And because they don't feel our pain, they insult us with these egregiously low amounts. Now, I'm a member of a fraternity that says a voteless people is a hopeless people. Some of y'all may be familiar with that motto. Well, we voted for each one of you. So why do we find ourselves in such a hopeless situation when we voted to have the hope that was promised, right? Now, when you look at what a sexual assault, and y'all can go to Westlaw. Those of you who went to Southern or LSU Law School, you can go to Westlaw, LexisNexis, and you can look up what the average settlement is for a sexual assault. You will not find any of the amounts on this agenda in line with those amounts that are due. Now, for those of you who look like me on the council, we fought and marched for y'all to be here. And you have to have something to do with these egregiously low amounts that are put on here. If you don't have control of the agenda, let somebody know so we can work with you to get you the control that you need. But all of you should vote against this simply because it's a slap in the face. And if you have $2 million to repurpose a crime scene called the Brave Cave, then you need to give that to the victims who really deserve that $2 million or $3 million or whatever it is, and whatever counseling they need to get over the trauma that has been imposed upon them. And as our brother Chambers said, you haven't even held the police to account. And any one of you who votes in favor of this $90,000, I'm going to be looking at you funny. I'm not just going to be looking at you funny. You will have created opposition, because I'm going to be like, they voted to give that person only $90,000. They don't give a damn about the community. That's what I'm going to say about any one of you. So understand, as the young 20-year-old lady said a while ago, we thank you, but we're going to keep our eye on you. Assalamu alaikum, which means peace be unto you, and peace comes from justice, and justice comes from truth. Assalamu alaikum.
Larry Griffin, I'm a resident of District 8, 2001 South Sierra Falls Boulevard. I'm coming to you today in opposition of this amount, not only because it's just a one amount, it's the fact that no justice has been served whatsoever, and you've seen it in the news. Just those 3 or 4 police officers that were held accountable publicly, it was more than that. It was more than them that was a part of that Brave team. And let me tell you about this. This is not the first time they've been caught, the BRPD, red-handed here in this city with that same building. This is actually the second time. The first time is when a police officer who was a 12-year veteran decided to sell drugs and plant drugs on people for his career, who just only got 3 years probation. There's no justice in that. If I was caught selling drugs, I would be up the river. And I want to say this. I know most of you weren't here 16 to 18 months ago. Some of you are brand new. But you had 11 people come up here and give you a chance to say how hurt they were. You heard the cries of the mothers. You heard the cries of the people. You heard me and a few other people say, we want justice for our people. Because this is a predominantly black neighborhood in the dark of night. If you ever been there, and I want you to go. I want you to see where this is. And I want you to go after dark to see how fearful you would be if someone took you to a building that picked you up off the side of the road, said that they were going to serve you something, and then sexually assault you. Sexual assault is probably one of the most traumatizing things that anyone can go through, especially a woman. And we know the statistics of what women go through. I know that you know, Ms. Tawana, I know that you know that. So to give this woman such a small amount is really a slap in the face, and then you want to repurpose this building without the community's input? That's disrespectful. At least you could come and say, what can we do? We would say we want justice first, because those crumbs don't mean anything. Those crumbs are going to go on our dinner table. They're going to go to the mortgage. We want real justice. We want real accountability. But it seems it doesn't happen in this city. And again, and I want to say this, just last year, with wanting to give the BRPD a pay raise, a 40% pay raise, they were almost disbanded by what they've been doing and what they've been caught for red-handed over the last 5 or 10 years. They were almost disbanded. And you want to give them a raise? Something is wrong with that picture. You're saying, forget the people, let's go and give it to the police, even though they've had massive amounts of trauma on people day in and day out, day in and day out. And we know it because it's been recorded and it's on paper and it's on tape. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mona Harden. And I come here, I've been invited, I traveled from Florida to be here to speak on behalf of what's been going on and what's currently happening. And this isn't news. Just for the fact that I've sat in that corner and I've listened to many speak on the imbalance, the inequality that's been spread across the board. And as I'm looking at everyone here that has it within their power to make substantial change to where communities of color they don't suffer. They shouldn't be dealt the injustices that's been going on unanswered. It should have been swift justice that happened at the time when Ms. Brown, she came up here and just for the fact that her bravery, I tremble just for the fact that she had to come and speak over to be recognized. It should have been swift justice, what was done to her. And as far as taxpayers' dollar, all this is a waste of money when you should have had swift action at the time. This is just a waste of taxpayers' dollars. It seems like no one wants to listen. You want the injustices to continue. I love so many people within the state. I've come to have high respect, and I come forward and I speak with respect to you all. It just seems like we continue to speak on deaf ears, and if nothing else, please continue to hear the words that's been spoken. And does anyone even realize how much money would be saved if swift justice was across the board, if equality was across the board? There should be proper and equal schooling. The fact that you're speaking of tearing down libraries for more policing that you can't yourselves control. I mean, y'all making a mockery of your own system. It seems like y'all just can't control what's happening, or else you're condoning it. And all I can say is the injustices are as is. And the world sees this. I'm just a regular person. I never thought that I would be part of what's going on here, just for the fact that I am. I just hope that it doesn't continue to be on deaf ears. I thank y'all for allowing this time. And please listen to those that came before me. Please hear them out. And give those that were done unjust their justice. Thank you.
How y'all doing this evening? Eugene Collins. I come to you to speak today because when you look at these settlements, I can tell you for sure, in talking to these clients, talking to these people, that they're not going to accept what you're offering. So that means that you're going to have to go to court again, and you're probably already around somewhere in the $100,000 range in defending these officers, right? So you're looking at that amount being increased. What you're looking at, Mr. Noel, is possibly paying the attorneys more to defend these cops than you're going to give these families. That's not right. That is in no way right. And we're talking about using money to refurbish a Brave Cave when there's a community center right down the street with Mr. Hurst. Give them a classroom and give half of that money to the YWCA to do some competent program. Otherwise, it just looks like you're a part of political jockeying. Don't be a part of that. Mr. Hudson, you're a conservative Republican who I have a lot of respect for. I don't ever agree with you, but I always respect the fact that you are consistent with where you stand. I always respect that. You can't make me believe for a second that you want to spend $2 million to renovate an old warehouse off of Plank Road. You can't even look at me with a straight face right now. So because of that, I know for a fact that y'all know that this ain't the right thing to do, especially when you going back to court with these people. You're going to have to spend more money there. And you got a community center again down the street, and I know Mr. Hurst wants some more money. Guys, this just don't make sense. Just don't make sense. Let me tell you, Mr. Kenny, 255 more people thought that you were going to be better than me sitting in that seat. I need you to come out here and hug this lady and get her phone number and follow up with her and prove those people right. Thank you.
Good evening. Attorney Jessica Hawkins. I'm one of the 3 attorneys listed on item number 72. I have 3 minutes. I won't waste my time or yours. We are here because somebody has already wasted my time. On October 11th, 2024, an email went to the city attorney's office through Mr. Shillage with a serious settlement offer on Ms. Brown's case specifically. Not the other 3 cases, I'll come back up for those. On October 11th, 2024, that settlement letter, I will send it to you all before you close out this item, before you discuss it, because it has case law. I know you like case law. We have attorneys in this room who might want to read this before you make a decision about this case. She's not accepting $90,000. She doesn't deserve $90,000. You're way past $90,000 worth of attorney's fees. Mr. Collins is correct. Not for myself, Mr. Frampton, Mr. Thompson, but for the attorneys that have been representing these officers. These same officers over 5, 6, 7 cases. These same people over and over again that you are spending $400 an hour to defend instead of taking the time to read this October 11th email and this settlement letter, to speak to my client, to ask her what she really needs, because $90,000 isn't it. So if you would like this email, let me know. I will send it to you. That is all I have to say as to Ms. Brown and item 72.
Hello again, Tanya Nyman, District 12, and there's been a lot of recognition that if we had accountability, there wouldn't be the need for these settlements, and I just want to point out, if we had the appropriate governance structure for our law enforcement agency, we would have that accountability. If the people within Baton Rouge city limits could elect their police chief, and this went on, we could choose to elect a new police chief. And if we could put millages on the ballot, that police chief could put millages on the ballot for us to accept or reject funding the department, funding the pay for Baton Rouge police officers, then I think those police officers would police themselves and make sure that this wouldn't happen, because they know when that got put on the ballot, we would vote it down. And so all of these types of issues come up when we subvert the democratic governance structure. And when the people within the city limits of Baton Rouge are deprived of their right to self-governance, then these are the things that happen. We need the right to elect our police chief. And note, everybody coming up here pleading with you guys to please do the right thing. Well, if we had a Baton Rouge City Council, this council would look a lot different, and we could certainly hold those council members more accountable, those of us who live within Baton Rouge city limits. The city of Baton Rouge is majority African American. My quick Google search on the phone says there's only 36% of white people that live within Baton Rouge city limits. And so if we want to look at making sure that there isn't blatant disenfranchisement and a lack of the one municipality, I know Baker's majority African American, but of the 5 municipalities in this parish, the city of Baton Rouge is the one city that is deprived of those governance structures. And it creates all sorts of issues, including the issues within the Baton Rouge Police Department. I am vehemently opposed to consolidating. I worry that in the way this mismanagement and types of issues are cultivated in order to promote that opportunity to consolidate those departments, because that would allow the powers that be to maintain their bogus consolidated government to protect their tax benefits. And that's what they need to happen now that we've approved the city of St. George. And so please, as you consider these things, think about the long-term interest, restore the democratic governance for the people who live within the city of Baton Rouge, and let us avoid these tragedies in the future.
I'm requesting to keep her time. I've been keeping my own time, and I've noticed that a lot of people have had more than 3 minutes. All right.
You already spoke on this item, did you not?
Did I? Do I have to wait until the next?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to be brief. Why y'all play on our people like?
For the record, please.
My name is Donovan X, and I just want to know why y'all want to play on these people like this. If this was Madison Brooks or somebody, would y'all handle this matter in the same way? Y'all tore this city up when that happened to that girl. These people, we human beings too. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all got to do better. That's all I want to say.
Good evening, council, women, council, men. Dale Flowers, I'm Baton Rouge resident. I'm just standing to ask that you guys would reconsider this proposal, that you guys would really take it off the agenda, begin to negotiate with these attorneys for all of the victims of the Brave Cave. And it's laughable that it's named the Brave Cave, because what happened in that cave was cowardly. Nothing brave happened there. Citizens were terrorized. Citizens were torn down physically, mentally, and possibly spiritually. Just torn down. And now we're talking about repurposing a building. I understand you guys are responsible for all the property that the city owns, but first and foremost, you're responsible for the citizens, for the human beings, and even the visitors of this city. I would ask that you would reconsider spending $2.5 million to repurpose a building where our citizens were abused in, and offer to these three individuals who have been proposed judgments, you're offering them less than 1/5 of what you're spending on a building. That is senseless. That should not happen. And I'm asking that you would simply reconsider, negotiate with the attorneys of all of these victims. A couple of weeks ago, a little bit more than a few weeks ago, the mayor came in here with a proposal. And you guys said, you know what, I think we have a better idea. And you sat down, you came together, and you went to him with a proposal, and he accepted it because he heard what you guys had to say. The citizens of Baton Rouge are coming to you guys now saying what is being offered is not right. Please be as smart as the mayor was and reconsider what has been proposed and move forward with something that will help to rebuild the lives of citizens of this city. Thank you, guys.
I join the voices in opposition, but I want to make just a couple of additional points. One of them is that in the conversations that have continued going on about budgets and budget holes, there seems to be this blank space when it comes to these ongoing lawsuits. And not just ongoing lawsuits, but a very, very purposeful disrespect for court decisions. The strip search policy, which is the basis, was declared unconstitutional. It was declared unconstitutional. And this parish continues to throw monies away on something that was declared unconstitutional. The reason these settlements are ongoing is because, very simply, whether it is the actions that happen today or the actions that happen every single day in our community, and oftentimes the victims are shamed or embarrassed or retaliated against, so they cannot come before a body that is supposed to represent them. I am asking this body not just to reject these amounts because they are abysmal, not just to reject these amounts because when that facility stops being a crime scene and stops being necessary for evidence, it needs to never exist. This parish destroys buildings every day. There's nothing abnormal about that. But what is abnormal is a body in the United States under the Constitution completely disregarding court decisions, having a mayor-president say that essentially the very same places that got us to this space will be reestablished in violation of those same court orders. So I ask you not just to reject these proposals because they are certainly woefully unacceptable, but I ask you to start doing the hard work of being the legislative body of this parish. Those decisions matter. That's not just wasted money. It is literally saying that the courts do not matter. And I, for one, have asked you year after year, not day after day, year after year, about these lawsuits, about the dollar amounts. So when people start talking about you want to borrow money from this group or that group or the Council on Aging, but you haven't once gone back to the drawing board and said, why are we continuing to do this over and over and over again? That is just poor management. Thank you.
Good evening, Metro Council members. My name is Amelia Herrera, and I am from District 12. I was not going to speak tonight, but I had to just say a couple of things. Community policing is a partnership between law enforcement and residents. If we had that, this would have never occurred. And I have yet to hear that being brought up, community policing. I work for an organization that is made up of people that have survived trauma. And when I came in here tonight and saw officers at the door preventing folks from coming into a public hearing, I'm traumatized again. When I'm at the light in my district and a BRPD pulls up on side of me, I don't feel safe. I'm horrified of what might happen. And I'm living my life right. So I'm like, what? I'm in opposition for 72. I'm in opposition for everything that comes behind it. Because until they start earning the respect of the residents that they're supposed to protect, I do not think they should get another dollar. This woman suffered. I am also a victim of violence. We have to relive that every day. Women on this Metro Council, think about that, how horrific that is to spread them in front of a guy you know nothing about. That is horrific. Again, community policing. You want to give them money, but we're not hearing why. What have they done but terrorize the communities in which they're supposed to provide safety to? I don't feel safe. Thank you.
Mary Jane Markentel. I'm going to continue on with what I was saying. Items 72 through 77, I don't think are properly on this agenda. I had to go to Pacer and find out what these cases were all about. That's a public document that I get information that I can't even get on this agenda. What is the problem? It's the strip search policy that was created by Murphy Paul and approved by a lawyer. How'd that happen? Was this incompetence or was it intentional? If Paul implemented these illegal bad policies and procedures without approval of a parish attorney, then this money should be collected from him. If a parish attorney approved these illegal policies, we need to find out who it was that did this. Pay attention to the fact that if a parish attorney approved this, this is a parish attorney who's trying to get this settled. What's wrong with that picture? This is the same parish attorney that has paid Murphy Paul's attorneys to represent him in the Brave Cave so far $212,483 on a $175,000 contract, and the number is still rising. Part of that money has nothing to do with the Brave Cave. This debacle using these numbers with Murphy Paul has cost us $597,483, and this doesn't include the money that's been paid to the officers. Before approving money for these lawsuits, y'all need to get to the bottom and offer more transparency to the public about how this occurred. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing no one, we'll go to council. I'm going to start with, I know there's people who were requesting executive session on some of these, so I'll entertain a motion for executive session to discuss before we go through council comments. Motion by Councilwoman Rocca, second by Councilwoman Harris to go into executive session. Is there any opposition? Because this matter needs to be discussed in executive session because it may affect our ability to properly defend a legal matter. This is continuing litigation. It's been properly motioned and second. We have objection?
Point of information before we vote on this. I anticipated that somebody would ask that we go in an executive session if we do go into executive session, I'd like to speak the process. We know what that is. A lot of people here for the first time don't understand what that means, what goes on. I'd like to speak the process if we decide to do that. I am in a objection to going in executive session, but I'd like to speak about process.
Okay. Ashley, you want to give the process on executive session?
If 7 members vote to go into executive session on the item, the council members are allowed to go into essentially a closed meeting with the parish attorney's office to discuss the item. The reason that they've given tonight is that discussion in open meeting may be detrimental to the city parish's position in litigation. There can be no votes taken in executive session. It gives the parish attorney's office an opportunity to share attorney-client privileged information with the council members.
The motion to go into executive session has been proper. We have a proper motion and second. Do we have any opposition to go into executive session?
I'm in opposition, but also I want to expound on that. Obviously, there are some things that could be discussed to jeopardize the litigation, but there are also some things that could be discussed out here that does not jeopardize the litigation. Are we comfortable with having those discussions now or after we come back from executive session?
I'm not, because some serious allegations were made that our parish attorney's office needs to answer before we come and have any discussion.
Again, do y'all want to have them before or after? Because there are things that can be discussed.
Well,
that
we're
doesn't
going to vote on the motion. If we're going to executive session, it'll be before we have the comments.
Okay.
So we have 2 opposing, so we're going to vote on the machines.
Council members, about to open the machines on the motion to go into executive session. Machines are open. Motion carries.
Okay. We'll go into executive session. We call the meeting back to order. We're going to go to Councilman Dunn Jr.
Mr. Pro Tem, I'm gonna ask for a little liberty or some time from my colleagues, if needed, to try to bring some clarity to the situation. I'm gonna ask Attorney Thompson and Attorney Hawkins to come up, and then I'm gonna ask our parish attorney some questions, and I'll get back to you guys.
Yes, sir.
But before I address you, just want to address Ms. Brown and share with her my apologies for the trauma you experienced and what you went through at this facility. Not only you, but the other victims as well. What I would like to clear up also, Attorney Thompson, Attorney Hawkins, you filed this suit on their behalf, right?
That is correct, sir.
And who is the plaintiff?
That is Ms. Brown, sir.
Who are the defendants in the case?
The defendants is the city of Baton Rouge as well as.
Try to use the mic, please, so it picks up.
Good. All right. The question again, Mr. Dunn?
Who are the defendants?
The defendants are several Baton Rouge Police Department officers as well as the city of Baton Rouge.
And when you're saying the city of Baton Rouge, is the Metro Council and the mayor mentioned as parties to that suit?
No.
Okay. Oftentimes when we do have litigation, Ms. Brown, we are parties to the suit and named in the suit. Oftentimes we don't know if we are, we don't know if we're not. I think somebody from the audience was, I think it was my friend Eugene Collins called out Brother Kenny and about reaching out to you, and you made some overtures about the mayor and the council reaching out. Oftentimes we err on the side of caution because oftentimes we're party to the suit. So we're gonna not reach out to a plaintiff that's suing the city parish because our statements can be quoted, our statements can be repeated in the media or in the case. So oftentimes you won't get that from us, but I want to extend that to you and make you aware of the process. I don't think that anybody was insensitive to your challenges and the things you went through, but I think most people erred on the side of caution and didn't reach out. Also, we are represented by counsel, you're represented by counsel, and your legal team will tell you, they would advise you not to talk to our lawyer and us not to talk to yours. So again, I want to bring that to your attention. And the other thing, a couple people mentioned about this $2 million investment into this community center. I would tell you, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, nobody here on the Metro Council proposed a $2 million investment in any community center, any Brave Cave transformation, things of that nature. That did not come from this Metro Council. Let me clear that up with the public. Several people said that is not accurate. If someone else did say that from the council, correct me if I'm wrong, but no council person proposed that. Let me clear that up. All right. Thank you, ma'am. You guys can be seated, but no, stay there, Mr. Thompson and Ms. Hawkins. Would it be accurate to describe your experience or your alleged experience with the parish attorney as one that was not the level of communication that you expected or appreciate?
That is correct, sir.
Would you say the same?
I don't chase my dog as much as we have chased the attorney for that office.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to call you guys back up. Greg, Michael, could you come up, please?
Good evening, Councilman.
Yes. On the process of where we are, Greg, Micah, could you read the item or just, detail the item. You don't have to read it verbatim. Just basically tell us what this item says, what this alleged action is being proposed.
Sure. This item is not a settlement. It is an offer of judgment. It is not a settlement.
Okay.
It is an offer of
Can you tell
judgment.
me what a settlement is, and can you tell me what an offer of judgment is?
Well, sir, typically the parish attorney's office has two mechanisms it can bring before the council: a request for settlement recommendation or an offer of judgment. Two separate vehicles do two entirely different things. The settlement recommendation, in the most general sense, is after the parties have agreed on a number and they are seeking settlement resolution of a case. An offer of judgment is not that at all. An offer of judgment is an offer that is to be made by a defendant to a plaintiff with a confidential number that is to be sent and will be used for judgment purposes where the plaintiff accepts it. And the plaintiff is allowed to accept or deny. It's up to the individual or individuals who are the plaintiffs. And if they deny it, there are procedural mechanisms in place for the case thereafter.
Okay. And the reason why I want to bring clarity to that, because I've seen individuals at the microphone, I heard people in the community and social media, and even people in the media describe this process or this item inaccurately. The attorneys are going to go back and forth on the number, and if the number is to the plaintiff's liking or the defendant's liking. I don't want to get caught up on the number, but process as it relates to the Metro Council. What is the process of the Metro Council? Do we bring items and amounts for settlement, or is that done by, or even in this process, or is that done by the parish attorney's office? And what happens when you submit that to us?
In my experience and recollection, I believe the Metro Council brought one item one time, but typically settlement recommendations and offers of judgment are generally brought by the parish attorney's office.
Yeah, I think I remember who that one person was that brought that settlement item. But just a point of clarity again, what typically happens is the parish attorney, we give them autonomy to do their job, and they bring us a number, and we can either approve or deny that number. And whatever number that the plaintiff and the defendants, in this case the parish attorney, agree to, that has to come before us for approval to even move forward. So this process has to happen, but it's up to the attorneys to agree to that number. I asked the plaintiff's attorneys about communication. It seems like there's been a barrier there with communication, with understanding where we are and getting on the same page on a number that they can agree with. Thank you. I'm going to bring you back up, Micah. Mr. Thompson and Ms. Hawkins. With that being said, and them explaining the process of where we are, I'd like to know from you guys, did that change things? Did you get new information tonight about what this was? Does it change your position on what you and your client are asking the council to do?
I'm still at my position. We're still at that position on the fact that.
Go ahead.
That number, in understanding what that number and what that offer of judgment would do to Ms. Brown, we still believe that it's disingenuous.
Okay.
Because that being said, Councilman Dunn, the offer of judgment did not have to be offered. That does not have to happen.
Right.
That's the point that we were making. That offer of judgment does not have to happen. There are other mechanisms, there are other ways in which we can go about it.
So is your position you would prefer this not have happened and you had more communication with the parish attorney's office?
Absolutely. Again, from the very beginning, we've made an offer letter that this council now has, and we believe that
we don't have it.
Okay.
I emailed it to Metro Council.
You can get it from.
Okay, go ahead.
Your council, and we believe that those processes were not entered into in good faith.
Okay.
To that, Mr. Dunn, this number was supposed to be confidential. When we sent that original letter out in October, it was because we knew that we were going into a conference with the magistrate. Your attorney did not do his job in providing a letter back to us. So this number that they're throwing out, we don't know how they got to it. The breakdown that we provided to them per person, per injury, we didn't get that back.
That is correct.
So if we are going to talk about a number, explain to my client how you got to this number. Maybe then she would be able to accept a number. But you can't even do that.
Okay.
You didn't do it. You showed up to a meeting without doing it, and now we're here.
Again, at the bare minimum, I think we got a communication issue. I'm fine with voting against the item if that's what you wish. I do want to ask you guys one question. Were you able to consult with your client and talk to your client about everything you heard here tonight and things of that nature?
We did, Jan. I said we did, Jan. I'm used to being, of course, excuse me. We did, Councilman Dunn. We did step out, inform her what it is going on, explain the executive session. We did not go into detail about the conversation in the back because there were obviously other parties around and it was not too private, but for the most part, she understood exactly what was going on here and and where we're at and the ramifications.
All right, and for the record, you mentioned executive session.
Stop.
All right, 30 seconds.
Close it out.
For the record, you mentioned executive session. For those in the audience, the media, council members are bound by executive session rules. We cannot repeat, quote, or say anything that was said or that we didn't know prior to going into that. Attorney Thompson and Attorney Hawkins are not, so they can do that, but we are not privy to share information that we learned in executive session. All right, thank you guys.
Councilman Kenny.
All right, Ms. Brown, I would like to say I'm proud to be your council member. I know the magic number that was thrown out was 255. When the Brave Cave happened, I was a constituent, right? I was a student in grad school. I was not the council member in District 2. But 255 people saw a difference between me and my opponents to sit in this spot. And so I just want to let you know that I hear you, that I see you. And when we get past this Brave Cave saga, my office is always wide open. My two young ladies behind me who work for my office, we would love to come talk to you, right? I don't never try to do the show or the buffer, right? As a man, for me, as your council person, just know my office is always open for you and your family to come talk to us when we get past the legalities and everything in this Brave Cave saga. So nice to meet you, and I hope to see you soon down the line. Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Hurst.
Yep, I got about 15 minutes. No, but first of all, I want to say that I do value the good actors in the Baton Rouge Police Department. I know I've called, they've come, and over the years and supported my family, whether it be an accident or whatever type of emergency, even at the community center. Now, the Brave Cave stuff that they're talking about was not brought up by us. It was in one of those original plans to redistribute library funds. So we're going to be transparent. Let's be transparent about it. And I was adamantly and vocally against it and got some public opposition because I stood tall for what I believe in. And I will tell you, as we talk about giving raises, I'm not going to make the bad actors suffer for the good ones. But what I will say is that, or the good actors suffer for the bad ones, sorry about that. But what I will say is that I have a community center, like you guys said, less than a stone's throw away from where the Brave Cave is. And for y'all that don't know, it's where Office of Social Services, Employee BR, send a back lot behind maintenance. So I'm literally less than 30 seconds away from there. So if that is still a part of the plan of how we plan on redistributing that money moving forward, I hope that it's stricken from the record as an option, and that if the YWCA wants to bring more services in North Baton Rouge, I'll open any room in the Charles R. Kelly Community Center or open an opportunity to make that same investment and expansion. I've said this a number of times on the mic, and I'll say it 1,000 times more as my soundtrack plays from Aaron's phone. But no, I'm messing with Aaron, man. All right. But what I will say is that they keep talking about an inability to recruit officers. I tell them it's not pay all the time. It's image. It's image. Now, there's some amazing folks that want to do some amazing things in terms of law enforcement and making our city better. But these lawsuits that are coming up over and over again, the long discussions, the long litigation processes, it does not make it sexy to put on a badge and a gun and say, I want to represent BRPD. It is a detractor from people that want to be a part of this agency. And so I encourage our administration, I encourage our chief, that this needs to be a rebranding and accountability exercise for the people that represent our city parish in terms of law enforcement. So my heart goes out to every victim of the Brave Cave. And what I always try to do as a council member, or just as a human being, is to put myself in their shoes, which is to empathize. Think about, what if it was my daughter? What if it was my wife? What if it was my son? I'm a human before I'm a council member. It would be a completely different discussion. I would be infuriated, and I guarantee you that I would not be talking as calm as I am now, and so I respect your ability to keep your composure at the microphone. So I want you to know that I do empathize. I do support police reform in whatever form that may be. And I ask that we do a whole rebranding process and accountability process within our police force. And I will never support a dollar going into the Brave Cave. That's like supporting slave castles. We want to bring those back as well, and chains and whips and handcuffs. It's not going to happen. It's a relic of the past, and it needs to stay a relic. So I will not support turning the plantation known as the Brave Cave into a visitors bureau. Thank you.
Councilwoman Coleman.
Got a quick question. Attorney Michael Orone, if you come, I just have one question. And that question is, it was stated here that we received that letter that with that amount in it or whatever. Now, I haven't seen any of that.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
I want to know if that's an issue, if that's something that we should have received from anybody else other than you all, or is that an issue? I don't want to open it.
I'll tell it to you like this, Councilwoman.
I want you to tell me straight truth.
No one should be sending you communications other than your attorney. Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Harris? No, ma'am. Councilwoman Harris?
Ms. Brown, my heart goes out to you, and I pray that you will find healing on this journey. I know that's a lot to say and a lot to take in tonight, but I know that you being here and coming before this body, standing strong, says to me that you will get through this. And my prayers are with you and your family. And I say, take this, what you've been through, and use it for your good. Thank you.
Before we go to Councilman Hurst, I just want, when we're at the councils, they can ask you a question, but you can't just, Councilman Hurst.
Is there anything that the attorneys would like to say? Thank you.
The reason you received that document, Councilman Coleman, was because your attorney was not being forthcoming. Again, this agenda item ended up here without explanation to my client about how we got here, without explanation to us, and without notice except for 2 weeks ago when it just magically got put on here. There are 2 more items that are going to come up that the same thing occurred, that your attorney did not communicate with us on behalf of our client. And then I was asked by a council member, while you all were in executive session, to send that email. So you received it because it was asked for.
Well, it would have been, and may I have a minute?
No, ma'am, you may not on my time.
Okay.
But you can have your own time. But thank you so much. Anything else you'd like to say?
That was it. Thank you.
Michael, if you don't mind. In this situation on an offer of judgment, is it standard procedure to contact the other attorneys, or what would be the standard procedure?
You are not to contact the other party beforehand, Councilman, because this is a public entity. It's a unique circumstance, but the offer of judgment procedural rules are in place for a reason.
So you contacting them, as she just said, she would have liked to have had, would have been outside of procedure. Accurate?
There is no obligation or good faith practice to initiate a communication regarding offer of judgment before it's been lodged. The only issue here is that you're a public entity and it has to be made public in this manner for its premeditated submission, which hadn't even happened yet. A party receives an offer of judgment when it's ready. We need Metro Council approval to receive an offer of judgment authority. So this is the only way to do it.
Okay.
Now, and I'll say this too, there was a mediation in this case between the parties who are all here, the attorneys, and that is confidential in nature, and everything was shared and disclosed through that, but I cannot speak to the details of that, and I will not.
Okay. Should this offer of judgment, this item be passed and offer of judgment submitted and rejected, would any part of that process from submittal to acceptance and or rejection prevent good faith attempts at settlement?
No. In fact, the parties did that beforehand, and we will always continue to do so.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else? Do we have a motion on item 72? We have a motion to delete by Councilman Hurst. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Dunn Jr. Objection? Substitute motion to approve. Do we have a second on the substitute motion to approve? We have a motion by Councilman Hurst, second by Councilman Dunn Jr. to delete the item. We have a substitute motion by Councilman Hudson, seconded by Councilwoman Amorosa to approve the item. We're going to vote on the substitute motion first. We're going to vote on the machines.
Council members, the machines are open on the substitute motion to approve item 72. Motion fails.
Now we're going to vote on the original motion to delete.
Council members, the machines are now open on the motion to delete item 72. Motion carries. Item's been deleted.
Item 73, authorizing an offer of judgment in the matter entitled Lorenzo Gage versus Baton Rouge Police Department et al. In the amount of $15,000 and appropriating $15,000 for such purpose by the parish attorney. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item?
I'm just befuddled and confused. Correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman Dunn, but what I heard was that items that were introduced in a previous meeting, put on the docket for some sort of action for tonight, but the parties who were most impacted and their council were not notified. And the Metro Council itself is not party to this. Am I getting that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And so the general public was allowed to sit here for quite a while for something that could have been resolved 2 weeks ago.
Wait a minute.
In the same meeting where the same questions could have been explained. Am I understanding that so far?
Well, it was introduced 2 weeks ago. When items are introduced, you cannot have discussion on them. No,
So
that couldn't
I guess
have happened.
my issue and concern is two things. One is that we, the taxpayers, the residents, the family, friends, and neighbors of those who have been impacted, come to these meetings expecting both clarity and a process to be provided that does not further re-traumatize families. I have to tell you, I don't think that was accomplished. I think the ideal, the audacity that numbers are put into the earth, and let me just say, the information the general public got, the media got, came directly from information out of the mayor president's proposal. So we weren't confused, befuddled, or anything else. We got the information that was put out there about a very specific proposal to repurpose a torture chamber as part of an overall plan. Now, the fact that you all had other meetings between when that was first proposed and this meeting.
Reverend Anderson, this isn't about any.
Well, it is about the process.
Oh, okay.
And again, I'm going to say,
But this
in
item's
all
not
due
about
respect,
repurposing.
no, what I'm going to say, because what you talked about with this last item, and now again, we're looking at another item, which is an offer of judgment. I am saying, and my comment is, I feel like the process is not transparent. It certainly did not respect the people who are most impacted. And frankly speaking, when we get the agenda, which is on the Friday before these meetings, we don't get any information that makes it user-friendly. That's my
Reverend
comment.
Anderson. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
Evening. So, sitting in the audience, trying to understand what the
can you
difference.
state your name for the record?
Yes, Casey Patterson.
Thank you.
Yeah. Lift the mic. Hello. So, sitting in the audience, trying to make sense of what the difference is between a settlement and an offer of judgment. What little I was able to learn just looking it up on my phone, it seems that there is one of the primary differences is that an offer of judgment can come with consequences for the person who rejects it. So in terms of transparency, in terms of understanding what is being voted on here, I just want to establish whether or not these offers of judgment do come with penalties against the party who rejects the offer. The victims, yes, thank you. So I think that, we all here want to make sure that the victims do not suffer any penalty for rejecting an offer that is quite plainly too small. And that's a question that I'm posing to you all, and I hope you all will bring the parish attorney back up here to get some answers. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
Good evening. My name is Attorney Ron Haley. I am the lawyer on item 77, but I know we're not going to get to item 77 tonight, but it is offering judgment, so I will be very brief. I can answer the question to the brother that just made the comment. Yes, absolutely. If a victim rejects an offer in judgment, let's say the offer in judgment is for $5, and that victim gets $4.99. That means that victim will be on the hook, that if this council votes on an offer in judgment, that victim will be on the hook for all of the attorney's fees, all the experts, basically being penalized for exercising their due process rights, which frankly I think is unfair. What I have to say in the 2 minutes that I have is this. I believe in expressing one's love language. And I understand expressing one's love language is knowing who I'm speaking with and what position I'm speaking with them for. If I was in court and all of you were judges, then I would be speaking on behalf of a client, a defendant, someone that's incarcerated, someone that may be injured. But I'm not speaking to judges tonight. I'm speaking to City Council. City Council men and women who are representatives of the people. You're not here to stand in judgment. You're not here to look at these victims as a defendant, as someone formerly incarcerated, as someone that is suing the city parish. You sit here as representatives of them. And so I ask you, as you're considering how to resolve this, ultimately, it's going to be up to you. Unless these cases go all the way to trial and we get a jury verdict or a judgment from the court, it's to be your decisions on how to resolve these cases. They're citizens. You're the representatives.
Do not treat them like you're a claims adjuster. Treat them as people. Treat them as if you were in their positions. If it was your mother, your father, your grandmother, your cousin, your son, or just a friend. But frankly, just being there as a constituent should be enough for you not to treat them like you're a claims adjuster. And all that I've heard about arguing and bickering over these numbers as disappropriating this and this and that, it seems like our council are acting like claims adjusters and not representing the people as constituents. Thank you so much for your time.
Anyone else wishing to speak on the item?
Can I make a motion to extend the meeting a half an hour?
I was about to say that. We have a motion to extend the meeting by Councilman Gode, second by Councilman Dunn Jr. Any opposed to extending the meeting? Motion carries. All right, so before we go to council, I'll entertain a motion for, to go into executive session as the discussion of this item may affect ongoing litigation. I don't know. Anybody want to go to executive session?
I want to object.
Well, there's nothing to object to. If nobody wants to go.
Oh, nobody want to go?
You do want to
Okay.
make a motion to go to executive session? Okay. And I'll second the motion.
Okay. Before we do that, can we address Reverend Anderson? She reiterated this $2 million community center thing again. And Reverend Anderson, I want to make it clear, my position and nobody up here position is that that was not proposed. What we're saying is we did not propose that. This body, nobody on this body proposed reinvesting, reimagining $2 million into the Brave Cave. That didn't come from anybody up here. That's what we're saying. We're not saying that that didn't happen. We're saying that that came from no one up here. All right, you got me? All right.
Okay, so I know we have opposition going into executive session. It's been properly motioned and second. We're going to vote on the machines to go into executive session.
Council members, the machines are open on the motion to go into executive session on item 73. Motion carries.
I'm going to executive session.
Anthony. That's it. Yes, indeed. Come on, Ash.
I don't want to.
We'll call the meeting back to order. Councilman Dunn Jr. Well, your name's up there.
Michael.
Point of clarity for the public, the meeting will end at 8:32.
Greg Michael, one of y'all. The question was posed by the gentleman from the audience, and he kind of described the difference between settlement and, what's the correct term? I don't
Offer
know.
of judgment?
Offer of judgment. And I think he gave one side of it, but can you give the other side of it for clarity for the audience? And also, too, correct me if I'm wrong, the plaintiff's attorney can also make an offer of judgment as well on the plaintiff's behalf, right?
So, I'll take both of your questions.
Okay.
So the other side of the offer of judgment, if one side being a jury verdict lower than an offer of judgment, correct? That's favorable to the side that made the offer. If the number through trial is higher than the offer of judgment, it is favorable to the side who did not accept it. So there's two sides to that coin.
Okay.
All right. The second part of your question was, can the plaintiff make an offer of judgment? In state court, yes. In federal court, it is generally the practice of the defense side, but a plaintiff can attempt an offer of judgment. I'll be honest, I have not seen one, but the rule does not say it excludes a plaintiff from seeking such an offer.
Many people on this council hadn't seen one either before now. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Hurst.
So because the attorney on record is not here, I would ask that we defer this item so that attorney can determine if they want to continue with the judgment or not, and actually make a public statement on the mic. I know they had the opportunity to be here tonight. Was it? Okay, well.
Right.
Yep. So, that's great. So I'll give a motion to defer to the next meeting.
Is there a second to the motion?
Before we entertain that, can I make a comment? I just want to make another.
It's Councilman Hurst's time.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Go ahead.
I just want to make another appeal. Do we know for sure that the attorney is not here or plaintiff is not here? Anybody here to represent this case? Okay. All right.
So since it's still my time, as Attorney Rome has said that he's had some health issues. I don't know the gentleman, but I'll take Attorney Rome's statement on that, and so I want to give him a fair opportunity to at least speak or do what he need to do to be able to properly represent his client to the council. So I have a motion to defer.
Do we have a second? Okay, there's a motion by Councilman Hurst, second by Councilman Dunn Jr. to defer the item for 2 weeks. Item 73. Any opposition?
Substitute motion to delete.
We have a substitute motion to delete the item from Councilman Hudson. Do we have a second for deletion? Second by Councilwoman Rocca. We're going to vote on the substitute motion first.
Council
Substitute
members,
motion to delete.
the machines are now open on the substitute motion to delete item 73. Motion carries. Item's been deleted.
Well, and that's what I was going to check. We're going to jump to final acceptances. Item 83 Woodridge Filings 123 Drainage Improvements, contractor Arbor Construction LLC, change order amount $6,320. Item 84, North Boulevard Area ADA Transition Project, contractor Honore Companies LLC, change order amount $110,548. Anyone here wishing to speak on these items? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Do we have a motion? Motion by Councilman Dunn Jr., second by Councilman Hurst. Any opposed? Motion carries. Final acceptance, number 85, Woodridge Filings 123 Drainage Improvements, contractor Arbor Construction LLC, final cost $170,176. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. We have a motion. Motion by Councilman Hurst, second by Councilwoman Rock. Any opposed? Motion carries. How about that administrative matter? Hang on. We have an administrative matter. A, authorizing mayor president to execute an agreement with the Luster Group LLC for demolition and abatement services, package A2, in an amount not to exceed $93,750 by the development director. I need a motion to waive the rules. We have a motion by Councilwoman Adams, second by Councilwoman Rocca. Need a public hearing on the motion to waive the rules. Is anyone here wishing to speak on the motion to waive the rules? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Do we have any opposition on the motion to waive the rules? Seeing none, I need a motion to introduce the items. We have a motion. Motion by Councilman Hurst, second by Councilwoman Rocca. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. 79, authorizing mayor president to execute a supplemental agreement to contract number 800-000-3527 for appraisal review services with James Pat Roy for services associated with the Move BR Capacity Project Hooper Road on an amount not to exceed $11,330 by Transportation and Drainage Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Motion by Councilwoman Rocca, second by Councilman Hurst. Any opposed? Motion carries. Are we? Item 80, authorization for the mayor, president, and/or chairman of the airport commission to execute a professional services contract with Sulla LLC to provide oversight and administrative services related to FAA's DBE, AC, DBE, and SBE programs for the Baton Rouge Metropolitan Airport on an amount not to exceed $80,000 by the aviation director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Motion by Councilwoman Rocca, second by Councilman Hurst. Any opposed? Motion carries. That's time. I'm sorry. Meeting's adjourned.